Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. It's 7 o'clock. We're at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Land Use Committee. I'm Andrea Kelly. I'm the chair. With us here in the chamber, we have from Ward 1, Allison Leary, from Ward 2, Tariq Lucas. Sorry? Apparently, I can't control that. I'll try and talk more quietly or push the microphone away, maybe. I'm from Ward 3. From Ward 4, we have Randy Block. From Ward 5, do we have Andrea Downs online? Yes. Andrea Downs, who's on Zoom. From Ward 6, Alan Lobovitz. From Ward 7, President Mark Laredo. And from Ward 8, not Martha Bixby, Stephen Farrell, with Martha Bixby's name tag. With us also, we have our clerk, Scott Matthews, and let me see who we have from staff. I'm pretty sure we're going to have Katie Wewell, Joe Iadenisi, Kat Kement, and Jonah Temple from Law. Anybody else that I'm missing? We have a couple of other counselors who are on Zoom, Danberg and Wright, and more may join us, and I will welcome them as they come. First, tonight, we have a couple of reappointments to the Boston College Neighborhood Council. The first is number 37-25, reappointment of Kenneth Lyons. Ken Lyons, are you with us? No, sometimes they come. Somebody asked me that. That's why I'm asking. Are there any questions or comments about the reappointment of Kenneth Lyons from committee members? Mark, do you want to make a motion?
Well, just to be clear, these are reappointments to the Boston College Neighborhood Area Council. These are pretty routine matters if people want to continue to serve. Both these individuals do, and so I'm happy to move both appointments. We can do Mr. Lyons first, and we can do Ms. Alexander second.
Yes, thank you. And the reason I asked is that somebody did ask me today if they were going to be here. So I just, if they were here, I would be happy to hear.
Like I said, the new ones, we almost always ask them to come in. The reappointments, we typically don't.
Got it. So we have a motion from President Laredo for the reappointment of Kenneth Lyons. I think we can do this just on a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. A little Zoom loop delay. Anyone opposed? Thanks. And the next one, Mark?
Ms. Alexander, same thing as a reappointment. She's served in the Boston the Boston College Neighborhood Council, and pleased to reappoint her. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No abstentions? Great, they're both reappointed. Next, we have a request for a consistency ruling, I believe. Yes. It is for the address of 2 to 6 Auburndale Ave. The Commissioner of Inspectional Services brings these consistency ruling requests to us for discussion and to seek our input. We don't take a vote on this. We'll do like a straw vote. This is not something that we officially vote on, though. Hearing about this and hearing input from us sometimes affects how ISD decides to handle it. Katie, I believe you're going to say a few words about this. Ms. Wewell?
Sure, I can start us off. I'm not sure, I know the applicant was preparing to be there. I'm not sure if he's there in person, but I can kick things off really quickly. So basically, there's a approved special permit on this site, and this is the special permit approved plan. So we're really paying attention to this boundary where my cursor is. And as you can see, there is no retaining wall on that property line. However, after looking at, Google Maps and other information when the retaining wall was discovered, there was a retaining wall there, yet it was a bit lower than the one that is on the site right now that was constructed during construction. So I'll flip over to the as-built plan with the wall height. So you can see there's now a wall on this portion of the property, a retaining wall. Starts off at 3 feet, reaches a height of 3.8 feet, and then it tapers down, I think, to 3.4 feet. This rear wall was always there, and that's quite evident. It's really this wall here that we're looking at. The commissioner also would like input on this patio, and I can share some images really quickly. So this is the as-built wall. You can kind of see the patio as well over here. And then if you kind of look at, historical images, you can tell that the wall has changed. So that is what is before the committee today from the Commissioner of ISD.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wewell. Mr. Marzilli, is that you? Come to the microphone, make sure it's turned on from the base, and just give us your name and address, and you can tell us a little something about this. Hi. There's a button at the base of the microphone on the metal part. Thank you, Councilor Block.
Got it. Huh? Yeah, go ahead.
What's your name so we can let you in?
So it's my daughter.
Excuse me?
Bernardo Marzilli.
Catch that? I couldn't understand what you said, but our clerk did. He's giving you permission. You'll need to accept it. All set? Great.
Okay. So hi, my name is Bernardo Marzilli, and I am a 50 years Newton resident. So we built this addition behind an existing house of mine, and between two lots of land, which are both mine. So the wall is between my land and my land. The wall has been there forever, ever since I can remember. However, during the construction, the wall, we used the next door site for staging during construction. So that wall got, which was, as you can see already in tough shape, it got almost destroyed. So we had to rebuild it. And when we rebuilt the wall, we used all the surveyor data to meet the elevation requirements of the new construction. And actually the height of the wall is also dependent upon the grading of my lot next door, which it was used, like I said, for staging. So the height of the wall, it could have changed a little bit one way or the other during construction because of the regrading of next door. But I think that we reconstructed the wall just to meet the requirements of the elevation of as granted on a special permit. So that's basically what we did. We reconstructed.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Marzilli. We'll take it into the committee and have some comments. You can probably sit down unless there's a question for you. I can bring you back to answer any questions.
Okay.
You can either stay standing there or have a seat.
All right, thank you very much.
President Laredo.
So I appreciate the Commissioner of Inspectional Services bringing this to us as a consistency ruling. I think that's always the right thing to do. I personally have no problem with this. This individual who reached out to me in advance of this hearing, so I want to be clear on the record for that. He owns both parcels. We're talking about replacing an existing retaining wall with a new retaining wall. The issue with discharge of water, I think that's something that would be handled by our engineering department as long as it meets the engineering requirements, which should. I'm fine with it. And I know he's got a 1/12 of an inch or something that he may be over in terms of the height of the building, because this was, I believe, approved before our change in ordinance that can be fixed with some really modest grade changes. Ordinarily, I don't like grade changes like that after the fact, but here where it's really de minimis, I'd really hate to see this individual have to go through the process of getting a variance for really is what, you know, is really a very minimal thing. This is one of those, I think we should, we allowed this. I think we should get it done. I think we should get it done quickly. I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Laredo. Any other questions? Counselor Lucas?
Thank you, Chair. No questions, but I agree with President Laredo on his assessment on this consistency ruling. One of the things that we always look at with consistency rulings is would we approve this project today with these changes to the site plan? I'm looking at that patio and that retaining wall, and the answer is yes. Considering none of them need any relief, I'm fine with that. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Counselor Lucas. Counselor Leary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will just align myself with the comments of my colleagues who have just spoken. I have no problem with this project, and I'm happy to see someone improving their property.
Thank you, Counselor Leary. Any other questions here? If not, I'll just say I agree too. I think it's a pretty minimal request. Mr. Marzilli, I would say that, not that you're going to be doing this in the future, but we far prefer things to be reflected on plans and be approved rather than be built without approval. So if you do this again, it would be helpful to get all your ducks in order before going ahead and building something. But again, in this case, I think the impact is minimal, and I understand this was something that you sort of did on your own without an architect. You said you had a surveyor who probably could have mentioned to you that you needed permission for this. But if there are no other comments, I will happy to take a motion on this. Councillor Lucas? I think you were going to do that for me because this is in my ward.
It's a consistency ruling, Chair.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It's just a straw vote. You're right. Thank you. I stand corrected. Any other comments that want to go on the record for the ISD Commissioner from anyone? No? Okay. These notes will be passed on, and Inspectional Services will deal with you. You're right. Sorry about the non-voting thing, but we still prefer you to figure this all out ahead of time and have things reflected in plans rather than coming in and ask for permission afterwards or consistency afterwards. So good luck with this. Thank you, Mr. Marzilli.
Thank you very much to all.
Okay. The next one is it's at 10 Nonantum Street. It's docket item number 29-25, which is a request to allow a system of retaining walls exceeding 4 feet in height to extend the non-conforming front setback at 10 Nonantum Street. Is the petitioner here? Yes?
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair, President Laredo, honorable members of the Land Use Committee, honorable members of the City Council, city staff, neighbors, and members of the public. My name is Julie Ross with law offices at 300 Washington Street, Suite 160 in Newton, and I represent the petitioners Jennifer Reedy and Ryan Schlimgen. I just wanted to get my computer set up here so that I can connect with, looks like I might have lost my Wi-Fi. I wanted to connect up to the, okay, here I am.
And could you speak a little more directly into
Yes,
the
I'm
microphone?
sorry. I wanted to see if it would be possible for me to share my screen.
Yes. You'll just need to accept the request that the clerk is sending you.
Okay.
Oh, you're all set? You set?
Okay, and can you see that? I'm not sure if.
No.
See, let me see.
Here we go.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this into a slideshow. Hopefully the pictures don't move, but if they do, I will go back.
Again, we can't quite hear you. If you can. speak
Sorry,
more
let me
directly.
just get closer to the microphone. My apologies. The subject property is located at 10 Nonantum Street in Newton Corner. And it's in the multi-resident MR1 district, zoning district. It consists of 2 adjoining lots in common ownership totaling 9,739 square feet. The lots are improved by a 2-story wood-framed 2-family residential dwelling. And the property is an old lot with pre-existing non-conforming front and side setbacks. We're here this evening to request a special permit for the approval of 2 partially completed retaining walls in the front setback and to request approval to extend a non-conforming front setback to allow for a landing at the top of a new front entrance, a new set of stairs at the front entrance. While neither of the retaining walls by themselves are over 4 feet, the first measuring 3.82 feet in height and the second measuring 3 feet. The wall system triggers the new retaining wall ordinance because together they're approximately 5 feet apart, and measured together, the total height is over 4 feet at 6.82 feet. The subject property is located on the southern or uphill side of Nonantum Street, and the members of the council may be familiar with this area. This is a very sloped area, and it's bordering the city of Boston. It's a large number of lots in this area from the city of Boston city limit to Waverly Avenue have some sort of retaining wall or walls facing Nonantum Street due to the substantial slope, which includes the petitioner's lot. On the petitioner's lot, there's a precariously steep slope. This presents an extremely unsafe and treacherous condition, so much so that the petitioners hardly ever use this entrance. While this project certainly improves the aesthetics of the yard and the neighborhood as a whole, it cannot be emphasized enough that the project is one of necessity. The previous condition of the property was unsafe, to say the least. Moreover, the front entry stairs were not code compliant and had deteriorated significantly. And I'd just like to show you the first photo here. This is what the property looked like prior to any work being done on the property. And you can see that there's a very large staircase to get up to the front door. There's no landing here, and the door just sort of opens onto nothing. So it was a very unsafe situation. This is the condition of the stairs before any work was done. You can see that the stairs are deteriorating and not in the best of conditions. The prior conditions of the, moreover, I'm sorry, let me just go back for a second. The front entry stairs were not code compliant and had deteriorated significantly, as I previously mentioned. The prior conditions of the property included a low retaining wall, which can be seen on the first slide. And I'll just go back there for a second. You can see that low retaining wall right there. Behind, it's hard to see because it's behind the car, but you can see that low retaining wall right there. And that was along Nonantum Street, and that supported the long wooden staircase with 19 stairs, which ran from a short flight of concrete steps up to a front door that had no landing whatsoever. The grade change on this lot is also significant, with the result that the first floor front door is approximately 2 stories or 16.5 feet above the grade of Nonantum Street. The property has a slope of 45.35% or 24.4 degrees, measuring from the lot line to the base of a set of newly built stairs. Perhaps the most illustrative photograph demonstrating the slope of the property is the one that has the front stairs removed when construction commenced. And you can see it's a little bit dark, but the next one in my presentation. I apologize, I'm having technical difficulties. Here we go. This gives you a really good idea of how high up the front entrance to the property was. And these are the two retaining walls that are partially completed on the property, which I will get to shortly. Further compounding the conditions at the property is that the existing front stairwell was, as I mentioned, not code compliant. Its supports were deteriorating and it posed a risk of collapse. Additionally, the front yard was significantly eroding, which was difficult to remediate due to the steep slope. The steep slope also made maintenance difficult, if not impossible. I would like to just point out that the petitioners have young children, further necessitating the need to make an unsafe condition safer. And one of the family members is disabled and was unable to safely use the front yard in its previous condition. The size of the new front stair landing was designed to enable an individual to safely stand on the landing and have sufficient space to open the front door. This new landing was also designed with the disabled family member in mind in order to allow for safer access to the front entrance. I would also note that this entrance serves as the second egress for the property and is the only entrance wide enough to accommodate furniture and other large deliveries. We have in the file a letter of support from former Deputy City Solicitor Weta Young, who happens to live directly across from the subject property and is perhaps the most impacted abutter. She states in her letter that she has personal knowledge of the condition of the staircase, as for many years she delivered Christmas loaves to the previous residents of the property and had to climb those front stairs to access the front door, where there was no landing whatsoever, and that in order to open that front door, she had to reach above her head. Weta's letter continues. The staircase to the front door was in bad shape in 1985 when I moved in across the street, and it continued to deteriorate, but then it was rarely, if ever, used by anyone coming or leaving the subject property. Without a landing at the top of the stairs, it was extremely hard to step into the front door and plain dangerous to step out of the front door.
Thank you. Can I just interrupt you for, we have seen that letter, so you don't need to read to us out of it. We've all received that, but thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would note that this lot, which is already non-conforming with a very small front yard, is severely constrained, and that options for a new code compliant staircase were extremely limited. In consultation with several contractors, it was determined that 16.5 feet between the house and sidewalk was insufficient space to erect a vertical or up and down staircase that would connect directly from the front door to the sidewalk while meeting current building code requirements. In order to build a code compliant staircase, it would be necessary to have a portion of the stairway run parallel to the front of the house and sidewalk, with two additional features: a landing outside the front door and a stable and flat pathway that would resist erosion connecting to a staircase that led to the sidewalk. And I'm just going to show you the new stairway. This is a picture of the new stairway, and you can see how it is close to the house. And it's in the complete opposite direction of the original stairway. This is a different view of the stairway going up. And this shows you how the front door opens onto the landing. And even with that wider landing, that bit wider and longer landing, there still is not a whole lot of room at the top of the the top of the staircase, but it's certainly an improved condition. Just as a point of clarification, with respect to the stairs, we are seeking approval for the landing on the stairway only. Once we have approval, we will circle back with the Inspectional Services Department to get all the approvals necessary for the additional work that does not require a special permit. And we have been in touch with the Inspectional Services Department throughout this process, recently with Inspector Lamplow and prior to his retirement, Inspector Gifford. A review of the legislative history of the amendments to the retaining wall ordinance, as well as the relevant news coverage as the time, make it very apparent that the main rationale for the ordinance amendment appears to have been to stop developers from building tier after tier of retaining walls and then placing a huge house at the very top. What former ISD Commissioner John Lojek referred to as wedding cake retaining walls, with each layer being just under 4 feet. The ordinance does not appear to specifically target residents such as my client who are seeking to make their homes safer to mitigate an unsafe condition on their property caused by the existing topography. The new retaining walls will support the new stairwell and will improve access to the front door, as well as make for safer conditions. In short, the retaining walls will assist in soil stabilization, will help to prevent erosion, will make for a safer and more usable front yard, and will offer a safer entrance and exit via the front door for all of the dwelling's inhabitants. Finally, these improvements will bring the property into compliance with the state building code, as well as improve the aesthetics of the lot and thereby the neighborhood. And I just want to show you the partially completed project. You can see here that the project is not completed, but it's partially completed. There's a part right here that needs to be completed. This is the stairway at the right front side of the property adjacent to the retaining walls. Okay, and then I wanted to show you the survey, just to show you exactly what's going on here. So you can see in blue, those are the, and let me know if you can see this, if you'd like me to try to blow it up bigger. It is a little bit hard to see.
It's okay. Are you almost done?
I'm almost done. I mean, I'm happy to move on to questions if you'd like me to at this point. I was just going to go through those sections and as they relate to the survey.
I don't think that's necessary,
Okay,
but
I'm happy to-
we appreciate that
At
you'll
this point for-
be able to be here if there are more questions. I just want to also say that we've been joined by Councillor Oliver from Ward 1 in the chamber and Councillor Greenberg online. We'll hear now from planning and then from the public. And then if there are questions for you, I'm happy to have you come back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Planning, Ms. Kemet?
Hello, a moment. Hopefully everyone can see that. My name is Kat Kemet. I'm a planner in the city's planning department. This is petition 29-25, a special permit request to allow a retaining wall system exceeding 4 feet in height and to extend a non-conforming front setback at 10 Nantum Street. This is a corner lot on the corner of Nantum Street and Hood Street in Newton Corner. There's a 2-family dwelling on the parcel constructed in 1915. The property has a steep upward slope that we heard about of approximately 10 feet from Nantum Street up to the dwelling. And due to the topography, there are a number of houses on Nantum Street that have retaining walls of varying sizes on that side of the street. The petitioner proposes to legitimize a system of retaining walls exceeding 4 feet in height and to extend a non-conforming front setback by constructing a landing that exceeds the minimum required by building code. The relief requested here is really to legitimize work already begun on the site that the petitioner shared. The petitioner received a building permit for a front porch renovation, but built retaining walls and a front landing beyond the scope of what was approved in that building permit initially. So the project needs relief for those retaining walls, which combined exceed 4 feet in height, and the extension of the non-conforming front setback from Nanantum Street, which is being reduced from 16.5 feet to 10.5 feet. In terms of criteria, when reviewing this request, the council should consider if the site is an appropriate location for the proposed extension of the non-conforming front setback, if the extension of the non-conforming front setback will adversely affect the neighborhood, if the front setback will create a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, if access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and number of vehicles involved, if the proposed work that will further extend the non-conforming front setback is substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure is to the neighborhood, if the lot presents challenging topography, which limits the use of the property such that it could not be improved without the implementation of the 2 retaining walls over 4 feet in height, if the proposed retaining walls over 4 feet in height will adversely impact adjacent property, the neighborhood, or the public, and the proposed retaining walls over 4 feet in height is the minimum structure necessary to allow the property to be reasonably utilized. Planning has no specific concerns with this petition. The site is constrained by being on a corner lot and having that slope topography. The landing will improve access and safety to the front door for those accessing the dwelling, and we believe it's unlikely to have a negative impact on the abutters or the neighborhood. So that concludes my portion here. I'm happy to bring up any plans or materials submitted at the committee's request. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kemet. Let's see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak, either in the chamber or online. We did receive some letters, which I'm sure, as usual, the committee members have read all of those already. I don't see anyone in the chamber. I don't see any hands up on Zoom. So let's take it into committee and see what the committee members have to say about it. President Laredo.
So first of all, Attorney Ross, thank you for a very detailed presentation. This strikes me as exactly the reason we have the special permit process. We have ordinarily something that we would not look on favorably, multiple retaining walls, but you look at the topography of the site, makes perfect sense. There are multiple places in my ward that have similar issues, and you see retaining walls put up all the time. You know, I have no problems with it whatsoever. My only question is there a sidewalk that runs in front of the property right now? Attorney Ross, do you know?
Small sidewalk that runs in the property.
Is it run the length of the property or not?
I believe it runs partial of the property. I
Is
can
there any,
confirm.
I'm just asking the question, is there any plan as this work is ongoing to extend it so that the sidewalk runs the full length of the property?
Not to my knowledge. Is
Okay.
that something-
Okay. I'm not looking for a condition or anything, just wanting to know what the plans were. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Laredo. That is a recommendation. Somebody did write into us, so it's something while you're sitting out there, you can consider whether you think it would be advantageous for the safety of the neighborhood and pedestrians to extend that sidewalk the entire length. It's most likely not going to be a requirement of this committee, but it is something for you to think about for the sake of the community. Next, we have Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. My mother lived on Shorncliffe Road, and I'm very familiar with the steep slopes there. Just to address the question regarding the sidewalk, I also read that letter and I had consulted with the planning department about that. In some cases with larger projects or projects that have damaged city infrastructure, we have required the replacement or repair of city infrastructure, including sidewalks. But this is a fairly minor project. There is a very good sidewalk on the opposite street. It's not a particularly busy street. The sidewalk that is there is partially paved and partially dirt. So I wouldn't make it I think it would be an excessive expense. I wouldn't make that a condition. But if the petitioner would think about ways to possibly improve it, I think that would be a lovely thing to do. Regarding the project itself, I fully support it. I completely understand why this work needs to get done. As President Laredo said, there's a reason why we have special permits, and in this case, they are absolutely necessary for the safety and use of the property. And I'm happy to see someone be able to improve their property to make it more livable and safe for their family. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Leary. Counselor Lucas, who was third in line.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say I did a site visit earlier today and I saw the retaining wall and I'm looking at the before and after pictures, and this is a great improvement to the property. It's certainly safer. It looks nicer. And I am ready to vote for it when ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Lucas. Anyone else? Counselor Farrell?
Thank you, Chair. I also went out and visited the site today, and I agree completely with prior speakers that this is the absolutely appropriate use of special permit. My only disappointment with all of this that it is stopped the construction of what I think is going to be a great project for such a long time. And I don't know if there's any way that we can help hasten a decision on projects like this, but I would look forward to that kind of conversation. I think it's a great project. Thanks.
Thanks, Counselor Farrell. Anyone else? Just following up on what Counselor Farrell said, as I mentioned in the previous project, my only comment is I wish you had come asking for permission and the special permit before you started the construction. And that would also help the process have been going along more apace. And rather than asking sort of for permission or forgiveness after the fact, you would have been within the process and we most likely would have approved this at the right time. So that's my only comment. Counselor Laredo, did you say you were going to make a motion on this?
I'm happy to move to close the public hearing and then move approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's vote. Let's vote on closing the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And we now have a motion on the floor to approve it. So let's hear the conditions, findings and conditions from the Planning Department.
Again, so for findings, we have 1, the site is an appropriate location for the proposed series of retaining walls because the walls will stabilize ground under the stairs, providing access to the main entrance of the dwelling. 2, the series of retaining walls will not adversely affect the neighborhood because the topography is sloped and other dwellings in the neighborhood also have similar retaining walls. 3, the series of retaining walls will not be a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians because they do not affect the parking or circulation. 4, access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved. 5, the proposed work that will further extend the non-conforming front setback is not substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming structure is because it is limited to an exterior landing and stairs that will provide safer access. 6, the lot presents challenging topography, which limits the use of the property because the steep grade of the front yard could not be improved without the implementation of the retaining walls. 7, the system of retaining walls over 4 feet in height will not adversely impact adjacent property, the neighborhood, or the public because it is located in a neighborhood that already has similar retaining walls. And 8, the proposed system of retaining walls is the minimum structure necessary to allow the property to be reasonably utilized because the site as it exists currently has a steep grade. The walls will assist in soil stabilization given the steep grade of this and adjacent properties. And for conditions, we have really our standard conditions referencing the site plan and requiring the special permit to be recorded at the registry and providing a statement from the planning department confirming that the building permit is consistent with the plans approved here.
Thank you, Ms. Kemet. Was there also a condition that the stormwater and drainage needs to be checked and approved by the city engineer?
Yes, for occupancy. Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
We did speak with Associate City Engineer John Daglian, and we did run all of this by him, and he said that given that we're not increasing the impervious space on the property by more than 400 square feet, that we would not need engineering review, but I don't know if every single, if that's something that you want to have anyway, we're happy to go through that. He is familiar with the project. I did speak with him about it, and I'm happy to send the survey to him for his review if his council so desires.
Thank you. It's not that we don't trust your verbal attestation to that, but when we're having walls like this that total almost 7 feet high and a steep slope, we do want to be sure that the drainage has been looked at by engineering. So that is something we would like to see approved and in writing. Okay, let's take a vote.
Counselor Block, Aye. Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
Aye.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lobowitz, Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. Good luck with your new stairs, landing, and walls. Our next item is number 30-25, which is a request to allow an oversized internal accessory apartment at 2077 Washington Street. Is the petitioner here to speak to that or online? Miriam Rabinovitz? Bitch. You can unmute yourself, Ms. Rabinovich.
Mute. Okay, got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome. And
Okay.
we see on the screen, your screen share. So just identify yourself and your address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is Mimi Rabinovich. I've lived in Newton for 23 years. We moved here when my son was starting kindergarten because we wanted to go to Newton Public Schools. Since then, he has grown up and gotten married and had a baby and decided, he's in graduate school now, but suggested to me when he was thinking about starting a family, what did I think about the idea of selling my house and buying another house that had an accessory dwelling unit? And so I thought, well, I don't really want to leave, but that sounds okay. I like him and his wife very, very much. And so we started looking at cities and I thought, well, we can't really afford to move anywhere that we want to. And then it occurred to me, I have a house. I don't have to move to a new house. We could build something here. And so that's when I got involved with Sam Ketchmar Architects to come up with a plan.
Hi, everyone. This is Karina Mello and Sam Kashmar from Sam Kashmar Architects. Can you all hear us?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
So yeah, we just wanted to provide you with a brief overview of the project and the design intent, and wanted to help second Mimi's comment about her living in the house for many years and looking to keep the family around. So we worked with her to make sure that we created a design that allowed her to have an ADU that could fit within the zoning guidelines and allow her to have a functional living space right in the backyard of the main structure of the current house. Are you able to see my screen with the drawings?
Yes, we see photos, not a drawing. There we go.
We'll start with the existing site plan, which showcase the existing conditions of the main structure and the existing detached garage. Both of these structures are mostly within the required setback lines. There's only a small portion of that structure outside the setbacks, which is at 7.4 feet from the property line, which is this upper right corner at the top of my drawing. And then moving into the proposed site plan, we would like to highlight that the goal of this project is to create an internal ADU that complements the existing home while maintaining the overall character and scale of the property, so that ADU will fill in the space between the existing house and the existing garage, pretty much connecting that ADU to both of the existing structures. This unit will provide additional living space without overpowering the main structure or significantly altering the streetscape. Our proposal is intended to comply with the dimensional requirements by zoning, and we're seeking relief just for the portion of an oversized ADU that can allow for a functional living space for Mimi. To walk you over the space planning, here we're looking at the first floor plan of the ADU. And this ADU has been designed with the intention to be an extension of the main house, ensuring that it blends with the existing architecture of the main house. The two units, the ADU and the main house, are going to be connected through two functional rooms that serve the main house. And those rooms are a mud room on the first floor, highlighted here with my mouse. And then with a storage room located in the basement. This will allow a direct connection between the two units while at the same time provide privacy between both. In terms of programming, our first floor will pose an open concept kitchen and living room, a primary bedroom, a full bathroom, and a standard depth closet. And looking at the basement program, we're going to be having a guest bedroom where Mimi can have her grandson potentially sleeping over. And we're also providing a full bathroom to this level with a closet and a home office for Mimi. We have carefully designed the ADU to remain within the zoning guidelines, and this ensures that the addition remains secondary to the home rather than feeling like a separate structure. And our proposed ADU equals 1,153 square feet of habitable space, which we are requesting relief for based on the zoning ordinance that allows an oversized ADU up to 1,200 square feet. From the outside, we've been intentional about matching the existing style of the home. The roof lines, the window styles, and the exterior materials are all designed to blend in with the original home. And our goal for this addition is to look and feel like a natural extension of the house and not a separate new structure. We're also making improvements to the exterior, which will include the redesign of the garden, leading to the front entry of the ADU, and which also faces Beacon Street. We will also be designing side steps on the side yard to each of the units, which it will host new planting beds and a new patio walkway, which will enhance the visuals for these elevations. This same walkway is going to lead to a renovated garden on the rear of the property. And these changes will help integrate the ADU while also improving the overall flow and usability of the outdoor space. Overall, our goal was to balance functionality, aesthetics, and zoning compliance. The ADU is designed to enhance the home without disrupting its character, ensuring that it fits well within the neighborhood while providing much needed additional living space to the area. on this page, we would like to highlight the upper area plans show the existing conditions of the main house and the existing detached garage, and the interaction of the new ADU along with the existing structures. Highlighted in pink is the area for the ADU, highlighted in green is the area for the existing structures. To conclude, we would like to highlight that Mimi has reached out to neighbors and received positive feedback. I will let Mimi speak to that interaction with the builders and express the outcome.
Some of my neighbors live on the other side of Washington Street, and it didn't even occur to me to ask them because they live on the other side of Washington Street, so they don't really feel like I don't really know them. And I don't think they have any idea what's going on this side just because it's such a busy street. So what I've done is I've talked with people on this side of Washington Street, my next door neighbor, who is actually very excited and said that he might want to use my architects if they're inexpensive enough. Who knows, you guys? And I also spoke with the neighbor behind me. That is a rental property. And I spoke with the owner. She actually has an ADU in the house where she lives in another part of Newton. And I also spoke with the nursing home, which is right next to me, and they were fine. I mean, so far, everyone has been in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Rabinovich and your architects. Let's hear from planning. Mr. Iyer.
Good evening. Yep, Joe O'Donoghue with planning. Before I start off on this too much, I definitely want to talk a little bit about accessory dwelling units, as there are some changes that became effective on February 2nd from the state. And we also have our attorney, Jonah Temple, here, and my supervisor, Katie Wewell, to chime in if there's any additional points of clarification here. But we are in a little bit of an interesting area legally right now with having the state implemented their ADU regulations this month, while we currently are working to reform the city's ordinance. As of right now, with our zoning ordinance, this is a petition where they need relief for an oversized internal accessory apartment, as they have more than 33% of the total habitable space and more than 1,000 square feet of habitable space compared to the overall habitable space of the existing dwelling. The state law changes habitable space over to gross floor area, and the change is such that everything for an ADU must be by right if it is up to 900 square feet or 50% of the total gross floor area, whichever is less. This is 989 square feet in gross floor area, so it would need a special permit. As we are working to work on reforms through the zoning and planning committee, that may potentially change exactly what the city's limits are. But as of right now, it does need a special permit. So we're going to proceed with this, even though they may not need to actually enact that special permit. Hopefully that clarifies it. I'll jump right into the petition from there, just to, but we can always circle back for any additional questions.
Thanks for that background, though, Joe. I think that's helpful. And now we would be interested to hear what you have to say about this specific petition.
Okay. So this is petition 3025 at 2077 Washington Street for an oversized internal accessory apartment. A quick look at the area context. The site is in the single residence 2 zone. As Ms. Rabinovich has pointed out, it is in a little bit of an isolated zone where the neighbors on Washington Street are not quite directly there. There's the Care One nursing home directly to the south. To the north is the Woodland Golf Course, and across the street to the east is the Newton Wellesley Hospital. with the Woodland MBTA station directly to the north of that. There's just these 8 residences that were all mostly all constructed in the 1920s around that area. That is the singular item of relief required. The 4 criteria to consider are just that the site in the single residence 2 zone is an appropriate location to allow for an oversized internal accessory apartment, that the oversized internal accessory apartment does not adversely affect the neighborhood, that the oversized internal accessory apartment is no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, or that access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved with an oversized internal accessory apartment. Okay, I'll stop sharing and turn it back to the committee.
Thank you. Do Mr. Temple or Ms. Wewell want to add anything at this time, or just be available if questions arise?
I'm happy to answer
you
any
go, Jenna.
questions. Oh, sorry. I'm happy to answer any questions, Chair. I will just say that this special permit is currently required under our zoning ordinance governing accessory dwelling units, but there is a proposed ordinance being considered by ZAP right now that would make this by right. But at this time and moment, a special permit is still required for what's being proposed.
Thank you. So we'll deal with them tonight, and if they're lucky, they won't need our approval. I'd like to also welcome Councilor Susan Albright from Ward 2, who's joined us in the chamber. Are there any questions from members of the public in the chamber or on Zoom? If you're on Zoom, I see a hand. Sam, my glasses aren't that good. Oh, that you're still have, your hand is up still, architecture firm. Robert Fizek, was your hand up to speak?
Yes, I just had one question. I think you did a nice job putting this addition together. And that was the question that, because it looks like an addition, why is it called an oversized internal unit?
Because it's attached.
This is not a question for the this is a question for the city council and planning department. Just the term just sounds unusual given what's being built. That's all.
Well, planning can pipe up. That, I believe, was the architect answering. That is the term for when it is attached and the accessory dwelling unit is internal inside. It's not an external detached one. And in this case, it is oversized.
Yeah, it's exceeding the maximum allowed as of right per the zoning ordinance. So it just seems cleaner to say it's oversized. So we use it when describing dormers, accessory apartments. It just kind of makes it more streamlined.
I
That
think
is
the
not a
question
subjective
with-
weigh-in by the planning department that we think it's too big.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions from the public? If you think of it, raise your hand. We'll take it into committee in the meantime. Land use committee members, questions or comments on this project? Councilor Lobovitz.
Well, support the idea of doing this. It's very appealing to make it more accessible for family members, expanding families. I think that's an important function. I do have a question about the outdoor surfaces, whether those are pervious or impervious, because it seems like there's a lot of covering of the property. Could somebody comment on that?
Yeah, there is a mix of both. It is mostly pervious area. I'll pull up our drawings so that I can highlight what those locations are. We're also in compliance with the percentage for allowable open space and usable lot coverage. The driveway is existing to remain. All the patios and the walkway on the rear and the side yard will be permeable surfaces, and just a walkway to enter the accessory dwelling unit, which is new, that's going to be impermeable, just to make sure ease of cleanliness during snow time, and provide more continuous surface for Mimi.
So I had trouble understanding which areas are pervious. Can you point to those again?
Yeah, all the rear and side yard patios areas, those are going to be permeable surfaces.
Okay.
Only the driveway and the walkway to enter the accessory dwelling unit, those are impermeable surfaces.
What is the brown area around the existing structure?
That would be just planting beds, which are existing today.
Thank you.
I all set, Counselor Lovovitz. Counselor Downs.
I think this looks lovely, and I'll be happy to support it. I was going to just add that the house at 2072 Washington Street, right across the street from the Rabinowitzes, is owned by Newton Wellesley Hospital. I believe they use it for staff, but I'm not sure. So it would not concern me about that you hadn't reached out to them.
Thank you, Counselor Downs. I see a hand for a member. Counselor Block, there's somebody who's raised their hand from the audience, then I'll come back to you. Gail Deegan? You need to unmute. There you go. But now you need your volume on. Not yet. Let's take a few seconds to work that out. You can play with your computer. I'm going to go to Counselor Block and then we'll come back to you and hopefully we can hear you. Okay, Counselor Block.
Thank you, Chair. I like the way the space between the garage and the main house have been designed. Looks very sensitive, and I think the streetscape view will be enhanced by this. I couldn't tell if there is going to be direct access to the garage from the ADU. It looks like there won't be, but I just was curious about that.
Correct. There's no direct access between the ADU and the garage.
Okay. So the garage remains functioning as a garage, is that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. It's common for garages to become part of the living area of the ADU. And sometimes that raises questions about proximity to adjacent properties, but that's not an issue in this case. So I'm glad we're reviewing this. It looks very attractive, and this is in my ward, and the appropriate time I will make the appropriate motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Block. Ms. Deegan, let's see if we can have sound from you now. Try it again. No, are you trying to speak? We see you. We just can't hear you. You are unmuted, I believe. So it might be on your own computer. Is your volume up on your microphone? I'm trying to help. Going to let you play with it for another minute. I'm going to go to Counselor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always love it when I see housing that can be used for multi-generational families, and that we can share our good schools with the next generation. I think that's a wonderful use of a home if it can be done. And it's being beautifully done in this instance. And I don't see how this would negatively impact anybody in the neighborhood. In fact, I think it's an enhancement to the neighborhood. So I wish you good luck on your project, Ms. Rabinovich. It looks lovely, and I'm sure your son and grandson will love it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Deegan, let's try you one more time. I'm sorry, this doesn't seem to be working with the audio for you. I would think we would all love to hear what you have to say, but we can't hear you. I'm going to just follow up on what Councillor Leary said by commenting that I think it's a lovely design. I think it's a great intention. I think the additional 98 square feet interior is basically de minimis, and I hope that Newton and the state all coordinate to make this need for a special permit not pertinent to you, and you can go ahead and build this. It's terrific, and I will be happy to be voting in favor of it. Let's take up Councillor Block's motion first to close the public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And now we have a motion on the floor to approve. Let's go back to planning to hear the conditions. Sorry, Ms. Deegan.
Okay, our draft conditions are as follows. Our findings are as follows: that the site in the single residence 2 zone is an appropriate location to allow for an oversized internal accessory apartment, as the site is within a half mile of the Woodland MBTA station and a major employer at Newton Wellesley Hospital. Secondly, that the oversized internal accessory apartment does not adversely affect the neighborhood, as no relief is required for the size or dimensional standards of the structure, but instead for the use and internal configuration. The addition is carefully designed to be subordinate to the existing dwelling and provides a connection between the detached garage and single-family dwelling. Thirdly, that the oversized internal accessory apartment is no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, as there are no changes to the parking or access configuration of the site, which provides access from a small dead-end extension of Beacon Street, removed from a section of Washington Street where entering and exiting the site may be difficult. And lastly, that access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved with an oversized internal accessory apartment, as the site has more than the required number of parking stalls and is within close vicinity to the Woodland MBTA station.
Thank you. I think we can vote on this now.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
Aye.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lobovitz,
Aye.
Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
motion passes.
Good luck, Ms. Rabinovich.
Thank you.
Like to all come to the housewarming and see how it looks when it's built.
Oh, I think it's going to be gorgeous.
It looks beautiful. Good wishes moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item for the night actually has 3 parts. It is item number, I'd like to welcome Councillor Maliki, who's just joined us from Ward 3 in the chamber. It's item number 480-24 and 481-24. Before we get to those, though, we're going to make a motion to amend the address to be corrected. It has been being listed, something's not right about the grammar there, as 386 to 394 Watertown Street, when in fact it is really 386 to 390 Watertown Street. So I would love to hear a motion from a councillor from Ward 1, for instance, to officially change and correct the address of this project. So moved.
I'll make the motion as well.
Double motion by Councillor Leary and Lobovitz. I think we can do this on a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No. So we have officially corrected the address. Now, the first part of this, and I think we can, again, as we did last time, take the discussion together, but there are 2 parts. One is the zone change, a request to rezone 1 parcel to mixed use 4. And the second part is to grant a special permit to construct a 4-story mixed-use building with 13 residential units with 14 at-grade parking stalls at 386-390. We'll start calling it by its correct address, which is a change from the previous special permit, which granted 10 units and 3 stories. So let's hear again, have an update from the petitioner. Petitioner team, I should say. And I assume you'll be somewhat brief because we've already heard this before, but there are probably some updates that you'd like to tell us all about. So you've got the screen share going.
Go full screen if I can. Apologies. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Matt Eckel. I'm an attorney with Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant. As mentioned, this project has come before you in many different iterations, and I think the council is very familiar with it. We will do a brief presentation and highlight some of the updates from when we last appeared before you in December, and then happily take any questions and open it up. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the rendering of the proposed building at 386, and I just corrected it to 390 Watertown Street. So we're on the same page there. To introduce the team, again, Matt Eckel from Fletcher Tilton. We also have Trevor O'Leary, project architect from MGD Plus, as well as the owner and applicants, John Mueller and Nicholas Bogian. The proposal itself is seeking to modify the previously approved project by adding 3 residential units to the proposed 4th floor. The project would include a total of 13 residential home ownership units. 3 of those units would be designated as affordable. Just for the record, we are required and currently have 2 affordable units. The addition of the 3 units, if approved, would not trigger a mandatory 3rd affordable unit, but we are proposing to include it as part of the project. We will remain with 14 parking spaces. We're also keeping the commercial space on the 1st floor, which is proposed to be a cafe sort of use. As mentioned, we are seeking a proposed zoning change as well to an MU4. Again, I'll be brief with some of these overview site pictures, but just to orient anyone who's new to the meeting, this is just the outline of the site. You can see it's kind of an L-shaped parcel fronting on Watertown Street. An aerial view with an arrow pointing to the site, which was previously demolished, the structures that were on there back in, I believe, 2018. And this is a bit of a timeline. So I believe this was one of the items that was requested at our last hearing. I won't go through each and every entry here, but this is just to illustrate the long path that this has been for Mr. Mueller. As mentioned, there have been multiple special permits. Some of them were necessitated to change either unit count or the affordable level. We most recently appeared before you back in September, seeking to remove the previously approved below-grade parking. This was necessary because, quite honestly, it was cost prohibitive and based upon stormwater regulations was no longer feasible. But to bring you back a little bit further, this really kind of jump-started again in May of 2024, when John and Nick partnered up to try to make this project a reality. It was a little bit on life support, and bringing on Nick onto the team was a chance to kind of kick it into high gear again and make it a possibility. So at that time, we started some outreach with city officials, the planning department, some of our local city councilors to introduce the potential to add these 3 units on the 4th floor. The design itself, not speaking for anyone specifically, but was overall met with positivity. People liked the design and in general thought it seemed like a reasonable project. However, based on the zoning constraints, we had to look for some kind of zone change. We first pursued a VC2 and quickly found out that that was not the best route to go. And that's when we started to examine the MU4. And I give you that history only to bring everyone onto the same page that the idea was to bring this project with that September amendment as well. But because we had to pivot from the VC2 to the MU4, which was certainly the most desired path and probably where we should have started, it created this two-track kind of staggered process. So we appeared in September really to protect the status of the special permit that was existing, because if we hadn't pulled a building permit or amended that special permit by mid-December, the project would have been lost. So that's just a little background of why we're back here again after appearing before you in September. In November, after we received approval from the committee and then the council to remove the below grade parking, we met again with some non-Nantum stakeholders and reiterated again that we still were seeking to do this. We held a community meeting, which through some miscommunication and poor timing was not well attended in December. We then appeared before you on December 17th, took some of the feedback and comments at that point and committed to doing certain things like holding a second community meeting, providing some additional renderings, shadow study, looking at some additional safety features for the egress and ingress of vehicles and the like. So we'll go through those in detail as we move through the presentation. We did have our second community meeting on January 22nd. I know some of the councilors attended. It was very well attended. There was some spirited debate, some people in favor of this, some opposed. I will note, and not speaking for anyone individually, but it seemed like a lot of the concern was more about precedent as opposed to, we don't really like this building. And I think that's a fair thought, but I do think the process that the city has and what we're seeking to do tonight has multiple levels of safeguard, so that each future, if there are any applications to try to go to MU4, require a special permit as noted for the zone change, and then special permits to actually build the building that you're proposing to build. So we did take that feedback to heart, and then we're now before you again tonight, this evening. One of the questions that came up in December was some of the conversation around costs. The cost to build, the cost that this process has cost so far, the long duration. So this is just a very brief timeline. Again, I won't go into all the individual numbers, but some of these costs would come with any project. Obviously, there were buildings here, they had to be demolished. So that would have happened either way. The changes now with the new energy code, those have to be incorporated to any building now moving forward. But I do illustrate this long duration of almost 6, 7+ years because those costs do add up. Certainly if the building was already built, the new energy code features wouldn't apply. If we hadn't come all the way to nearly a building permit and then had to pivot due to high rising costs of construction at that time, obviously the cost would be much less. So there was some discussion about costs. We just wanted to provide a little bit more clarity. And obviously we're cognizant of the fact that with the current political climate, tariffs and things of that, like it is unknown what's going to happen with building materials. And that's why projects like these do need a little bit of support or wiggle room, and really does necessitate the extra 3 units to ensure this becomes a reality. A lot of writing on this page, I'll try to summarize, but this is really the key question. Why MU4? Why this zone change? And as the council, I believe, knows, the MU4 district's unmapped, with parcels opting into it voluntarily through a special permit. So that would be the first special permit we need. But the intent of the MU4 is to allow for this kind of development, we believe. This isn't overdevelopment. It's reasonable development that needs a little bit of extra relief, but is appropriate in the right circumstances. And we believe both the history that this project has gone through, who the applicant is, and the reasonableness of the underlying proposal itself and the proposed building is a good fit for the MU4. So it provides the possibility of additional density, but again, requires additional special permits, which safeguards against overdevelopment and really a waterfall of development without any regulation. The project is currently approved, does contain that commercial unit on the ground level and 10 residential units. So we're seeking the 3 additional residential units, but that doesn't change the character or really underlying mixed use nature of the building. So we are still keeping in character with what's already approved. We are seeking a 4th story in this, but as you'll see in the renderings, the 4th story is pushed back approximately 20 feet from the front facade of the building, as well as a pullback in the right side and the rear. So the 4th story, although visible at some points, is largely not visible from the street level and sidewalks and has minimal impact on shadows or the street character. The project itself allows for moderately sized units, and the 3 additional units are all proposed to be moderately sized in character with the rest of the project. Again, we're adding 3 units and 1 extra voluntary affordable unit if approved. We aren't changing anything to the parking count, so we need a little bit more relief for that lack of additional parking, but we also didn't want to squeeze in extra spaces and invite more vehicular traffic both coming and leaving the site. And again, we believe the requested relief's in line with the prior approvals as the MU4, and the proposed 3 additional units are in line with many of the city's long-term goals. Just to highlight some of the project features, some of this is the same and some is different. We'll have the 1 commercial space and the 13 home ownership units with 13 affordable. We have the 20-foot pullback in the front, which we had prior. Minimal impact overall to Watertown Street and no change to the building footprint with this. It complies with the Stretch Energy Code, which was adopted in 2024. Again, we talked about some of the Passive House certified requirements and environmentally friendly features and energy efficiency, which makes this a better project and more sustainable in the long term. We'll have EV ready for 10 cars as well as dedicated bike storage, and we did increase our overall bike storage with some additional storage in the basement. And we list out the sizes of the units here. And again, this is just to kind of reiterate the point that this is moderately sized units. We're spanning anywhere from just under 700 square feet to just under 1,100, I believe. Specifically, I'll point to units 11, 12, and 13, because those are the proposed additional units. You'll see how those are right in line with the rest of the unit breakdown for the existing, the approved 10 units. And I point that out for 2 reasons. One, this is not some last minute, let's put luxury units on top and have them be dwarfing the other existing approved units. They're right in line with what was already approved and provide the same benefits that we believe the prior 10 already provide. The other reason I point that out is that's what allows us to do these pullbacks on the front, the side, and the rear, is by keeping them moderately sized. We're not overly impacting the streetscape and really imposing on the street from that 4th level. Very briefly, this is the 4th floor proposed. You'll see right down the middle, unit 11, 12, and 13 wraps around the L. We are proposing a deck on the back of unit 13, as well as a common deck area for all the residents to enjoy some open space and fresh air. You'll see in kind of the darker gray, those are the pullbacks. So you can see that deck area itself is about 16 feet, I believe, if I'm reading that correctly from here, with an additional 4 feet. So overall, it's about 20 feet setback, as mentioned. And that initial portion of the building is just the elevator override as well as the hallway. So even the 20-foot pullback on the front there is kind of minimally invasive on the street. And again, if you look down to the bottom right, you can see how the setbacks on the 4th floor kind of pull back from that right side and the rear side to provide our abutters relief from overmassing. Up at the top right, you'll see our stair corridor. That's in the same place that it currently is. So even though we don't have a 4th floor currently, that stair corridor does exist and was approved and currently provides roof access. So even though that's the only portion that's actually right up against the lot line, that does already exist. Just briefly, these are the existing conditions. The existing conditions on the left with the proposed view from Watertown Street. These are renderings of what's currently approved on the left and what's proposed on the right. And again, we put these side by side just to illustrate the impact, or we feel the lack of impact, by having this extra pulled back 4th floor. Really, if you look kind of down the middle of the rendering on the right, you'll see just a little bit of the elevator override there in the dark shaded, elongated rectangle, you can call it. And then if you look down kind of the middle above the vehicular entrance, you will see that 4th floor in the kind of dark gray, almost black tint, which is, again, pulled back off the 3rd floor. As you wrap around the building, you can see it a little bit more, but again, that's located within the vehicular entry and really isn't visible unless you're looking at the perfect point from the sidewalk, almost entering the site. At our last meeting, rear renderings were requested. So this is a rendering, or an existing conditions, I should say, from Cottage Court, and then the proposed rendering from Cottage Court on the right. Again, you'll see the stair corridor in kind of the top right, that little white box that already exists. And you'll see to the left of that, again, the dark shaded outline would be that proposed 4th story. So again, somewhat minimally invasive and not that perceptible from the rear. This is from that actual parking lot from our rear abutter. Again, just gives you a little bit closer view of the building. As currently approved, it all is the kind of light shaded, almost white portion of the building. And then you can obviously tell where the fourth floor is with the darker material. Another big issue that was brought up at the last hearing was safety, both for pedestrians and for vehicles. I will point out that this is a shared driveway, so we don't have the unilateral right to request from the city for a no left turn. However, we have agreed to certain safety features that will be implemented for all of our future residents. So here on the, you can see both these renderings with different views are showing a vehicle exit warning sign, a mirror, as well as a light. So 3 ways to inform people that a car may be exiting from the site. We also have committed to putting no left turn signs within the building structure itself. So when residents are leaving, they'll already know, but they'll be reminded. And this language will also go in the condominium docs to be enforced by the condo trust. We're nearing the end here, but this is an updated shadow study, and it's a little difficult to read from here. But basically what this is showing is the difference from the prior shadow study based upon the fourth floor. And the bluish tint outline shows the increase in shadows from the fourth story. And you'll see on almost all of the different 6 boxes, there's not much to see with the outside of the bottom right, which I believe is the winter solstice. And that increase in shadow goes above our abutter and really hits their roof. So there is really no impact to any public space, anyone's backyard, anything of the like. And that's a result of really the location of the building, the orientation of how the sun rises and sets, and the pullbacks on the fourth floor. So again, just to kind of summarize, we now have bike storage for 21 bikes, both on the parking level as well as in the basement, which has elevator access for easy access for bikers. The shadow study was updated to show the difference between a 3- and 4-story building. We provided those additional renderings, which I'm happy to go back to if the councilors would like to see them. Additional safety features, including the language in the condo docs for those additional safety features. An aerial view of the fourth floor showing the pullbacks. We did have our second community meeting, as mentioned. And I'm guessing the councilors are aware, we did also appear but the planning board earlier this month, and they unanimously recommended adopting the zone change at that hearing. So with that, thank you all for your time. Our whole team's available for any questions, should you have any, and I'll cede our time.
Thank you. So no one else from your team is going to speak. You're just available to answer questions. Great. Thank you very much. Let's hear from planning.
Good evening. This is Kat Kemet again, planner in the city's planning department. This is petition 480 and 481-24 at 386-390 Watertown Street. 480-24 is a request to rezone the parcel from business use 1 to mixed use 4 or MU4. And 480-24 is a special permit with relief to allow a 4-story mixed use building with 13 residential units and 14 parking stalls with parking and dimensional relief. The first public hearing for this petition was opened and then held on December 17th of last year. For context, the property is located on Watertown Street in the BU1 zone in the Nantum Village Center. Watertown Street is lined with commercial buildings, zoned primarily business use 1 and 2, with a pretty diverse array of uses, including retail, restaurants, and offices. Many of these buildings are mixed use. And the site as it exists now is currently vacant, and the petitioner has special permits dating back to 2017 for projects on this property. The zoning relief requested here is the same as what was discussed in December. So the first element of relief is the rezoning from BU1 to MU4. The petitioner also requests to amend their existing special permit with additional relief to allow 4 stories, a relief for a height of 45.5 feet, a floor area ratio of 1.92, to waive additional setbacks for portions of the building over 40 feet, a waiver of 7 parking stalls, and other dimensional and screening relief related to the parking on the site. When reviewing this request, the council should consider if the site is an appropriate location for the project, if the project will adversely affect the neighborhood, if there will be a nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians, if access to the site over streets is appropriate for the types and numbers of vehicles involved, and if literal compliance with the parking requirements is impractical due to the nature of the use or the location, size, frontage, depth, shape, or grade of the lot. Because this is MU4, there are certain standards that also apply that the council should consider. That includes if by allowing a reduced lot area per unit, the proposed density creates a beneficial living environment, does not adversely affect traffic, and better achieves the purposes of the district than strict compliance would. If the development that exceeds the maximum front setback of 10 feet with a reduced side setback does not create shadows or blocked views that have material and adverse effects on its surroundings, supports pedestrian vitality, and advances the purposes of the district. The proposed building with 4 stories and 45.5 feet in height is compatible in visual scale to its surroundings, does not create shadows or blocked views that have material and adverse effects. And the requested waiver of the setback requirement for portions of the building exceeding 40 feet in height does not create shadows or blocked views that have adverse effect on its surroundings. In terms of updates, the project and associated relief required have not changed since the previous land use meeting, which was held in December of last year. The planning board met on February 3rd and voted to recommend approval of the zoning change to MU4. A few new supporting materials were submitted by the petitioner, which they went over previously. That includes renderings of the exterior of the building, particularly the rear, and of signs that they proposed for the site. The petitioner also provided a solar study showing more of the anticipated shadow impacts from what was previously submitted. That's all we have for right now, and I'm happy to bring up any plans or materials at the committee's request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kemet. Okay. Before we take it into committee, we're going to hear from the public. I see many people in the audience who I recognize and are probably here to speak. And we also already have hands up on Zoom. So what I think will be a good way to proceed is if 5 of you in the audience would like to just line up to speak, and then I'll take 5 on Zoom and I'll alternate. So if 5 of you from the audience just take turns at the microphone. Plenty of time. No one needs to push anyone out of the way. Let's start with the 5 in the chamber, and then I'll go to the 5 on Zoom, and then I'll alternate. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Kelly and Land Use City Councilors. I'm writing to support a local you need my name and address. Sia Johnson, 845 Washington Street in Newton. I'm writing to support a local non-Anthem business owner's revised plan for 386, 390 Watertown Street. Due to well-documented market conditions, which are totally out of his control, the developer needs a revised special permit. In order to make the project financially feasible, the project needs to add 3 units to the original plan. The total number of units will be 13, with 3 units deed restricted affordable. The first floor will have retail space and the building will be energy efficient. As a member of the then Board of Aldermen, I had the pleasure of working on the creation of the mixed-use 4 zoning district. And as a resident in a mixed-use building, I can attest that this project is ideal for this location, fits with the streetscape, and is wonderful for the community and those who reside in this project. It's also one of my favorite areas to walk. It has been well documented that Newton and Massachusetts need market rate and affordable housing. Recently, this city council put an immense amount of work into the village redesign and MBTA community zoning packages to provide more housing in our village centers. So passing up on this opportunity seems to go against all the work that you completed in the past couple of years. As I look at the members here this evening, and this is not a full council meeting, there are a number of current city councilors who voted for the MU4 district. I believe that with this project being built in the heart of Nonantum, it will benefit local businesses. Its residents will have an easy walk to stores, the post office, bakeries, and local restaurants. By reducing their need to drive, it will help Newton address the challenges of climate change. I rarely get in my car, and where I live has enhanced the Newtonville Village. So for these reasons, I really ask you to unanimously grant this special permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'm going to mention to all of you that you can see on the screen a timer if that helps you to try and stick within 3 minutes, which Ms. Johnson, you did. I'm not reprimanding you. I'm just pointing that out. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Weisberg. I live at 5 Alden Street, and I'm here to urge land use to support the amendments sought, both in terms of the zone change and the amendments to the special permit. I think the first point is you should be looking only at the changes to the existing permit because you've already voted to grant this project a special permit. So let's look at those changes. 3 more units on a 4th floor. I would ask, I don't know if it's possible, but I think throughout your deliberations, you should be looking at the developer's first rendering that shows what the visual of the building is under the 10 units as compared to what it looks like from the street, from across the street, for adding 3 more units set back significantly on the 4th floor. The developer is not asking for any increase to the number of parking spaces that have already been approved. That is 14 parking spaces. It will remain 14 parking spaces. So what is the major objection that the opponents to this project have? And I did zoom in to the community meeting that was held a couple of weeks ago. And their main objection, as the developer's lawyer indicated in his presentation, was if MU4 is granted to this project, it's going to open the floodgates. This will act as a precedent that before you know it, every single building along Watertown Street will be an MU4. That argument should be rejected out of hand because no other property could be rezoned unless land use and then the full council approved it. It is a case-by-case determination, and it is controlled by all of you. So those are my main reasons for asking you to approve the changes, the amendments sought by the developer here. Final point, these are condominiums, the market rate condominiums, because they're smaller units, are actually going to be at a lower price point than what you find in Newton. Plus, they are going to have not just the 2 affordable units that are required under our inclusionary zoning ordinance, but a 3rd unit as well. So if there was any doubt in your mind, it should be resolved by thinking of the features of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weisberg. Next up.
Good evening. My name is Janine Stewart. I live at 251 Adams Street. I support the current zoning as it was proposed for the 10 units. Northampton fought against the VCOD rezoning. We do not want this rezoned. They are asking for a special permit that would set a precedence for the village center. The village center property owners, not the businesses, were for the rezoning. Several of the property owners attended the community meeting in support as they want to rezone their properties, redevelop or sell. Mark my words, they will be next in line for a special permit. Eventually, our charming village center will no longer be. You will be putting money in the property owners and developers' pockets and putting the businesses out of business. And I also want to point out that John Mueller does not live in Newton. I don't know about the developers, but you're putting money in people outside of Newton's pockets. They're asking for 3 additional units as they're saying it's not financially feasible. It is financially feasible. They just want to make more of a profit. Nonantum has done its share for the housing crisis. There are 500 units that are going to be coming up on Craft Street, not to mention the multiple homes that developers are buying up and replacing with multiple units. Adding 3 units is not worth what it will do to our village center. I also want to point out that Engine 6 is supporting this project. These people do not live in Nonantum and do not realize what all this development is doing to the neighborhood. We have the worst streets in Newton for safety. Seems like they don't care as they have their agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
I have to take a deep breath, sorry.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I will. My name is Terry Sarro. I live at 44 Cook Street. I have chaired the Nonantum Neighborhood Association for 15 years. Our mission statement, we are a community organization to improve the quality of life for all our neighbors who live and work in Nonantum. All are welcome. In addition to welcoming all of Newton to Nonantum, every June for Village Day, we run community activities and fundraising programs for all year long. We have been able to give over $44,000 plus in scholarships to Nonantum High School seniors as a result. After more than 7 years of no activity, and I'm glad you got the address straightened out. You were voting on addresses that weren't even the right correct addresses, but I'm glad it's straightened out.
That's why we fixed it.
Yeah. Of no activity to replace the building demolished at 386, 390 Watertown Street. The developer is before us asking for more concessions on their approved and modified building permit. When the first approval to build on this property went through in 2017, the neighborhood was 100% behind this project. Unfortunately, our disagreement with the most recent zoning change request brought about insults and accusations from Mr. Mueller. Sadly, he called us Nazis and Klansmen. Even in anger, Mr. Mueller never should have made such racist comments about me and the neighborhood association. I promise you, none of us are members of the Nazi Party and the Klan. The neighborhood continues to support Mr. Mueller and Nick Bourgeon's request to construct a 3-story, 10-unit building, even with the recently requested waiver of 2 parking spaces. We do not support the requested increase in building height to 4 stories with an additional 3 units. We do not support a zoning change for the single small lot in a densely populated business area. We do not support making additional concessions to make this project bigger based on the financial feasibility claims made by the developer. I stand before this committee who will make a decision about my neighborhood. The messages you are receiving from people in Nonantum are from people who actually live in the neighborhood. You are also receiving email messages from others in Newton about this project. They are people who do not live in Nonantum. I would not make statements about proposed projects to be built in other Newton neighborhoods, as I do not know what their neighborhood would or would not want, since I do not live there. The people who live in Newton villages such as Woburn, Newton Center, and Newtonville do not live and breathe our traffic problems. They don't know our day-to-day parking issues. They don't know our density issues, and they can't know the surge of multiple 40B developments in the neighborhood.
Ms. Sorrow, can you wrap up?
In all my years coming before the Land Use Committee, every project that comes before you gets passed. I am making the statement on behalf of the neighbors. The 60 that came to the meeting, 40 that were online that couldn't speak that night, and who are not technology savvy in the neighborhood. The community leaders of the St. Mary of Carmen Society, the Nonantum Children's Christmas Party Association, the St. Mary of Carmen Women's Society, and the Nonantum Neighborhood Association. We do not want a zoning change at 386, 390 Watertown Street.
We support the construction of three-story, 10-unit building at this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening.
Hi.
Margaret Ward, 957 Washington Street. Earlier tonight, I was at Pat Squara Taqueria, where I enjoyed a margarita and a very delicious birria. I don't know if Miss Weisberg, or I'm not sure who the other woman who spoke earlier has been there. But I do know that this establishment is frequented by Counselor Larry, and I see Counselor Oliver is here as well. I know they go there. Yes, and it is delicious. It's a family-run restaurant. It's everything that you would want in a family. It's the father, sorry, the husband and the wife are in the kitchen as well as the son. They're cooking in the kitchen. One of the daughters is working the bar, even down to the wait staff. It's another brother, sibling. It's an entirely family-run restaurant, and they're all immigrants from Mexico. This is everything that we want in this small local business, right? And my thought is, these are the business establishments that are at risk when we start appealing to developments where they come in and demolish and then rebuild, right? Which is normally attractive to corporate entities. So my question is to Councilor Leary and Councilor Oliver and everyone else, when that family has to close their business, because if and likely when that property owner decides that it's more lucrative to sell the property and rebuild, what are you going to say to them? Sorry. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Mazzapica from 46 Harding Street in West Newton. Technically, I don't live in Nonantum, but I feel like I'm a Nonantum resident by osmosis. I'm there every day. The residents of Nonantum spoke loud and clear about their opposition to the special permit to rezone the development of 386, 390 Watertown Street. This community has done more than their share with affordable housing in 40B projects. You need to listen to the community. Have we not learned anything from our recent city council elections and our national elections that residents feel disenfranchised with our elected officials not listening to the voices and the concerns about what matters to us? The Nonantum neighborhood gave their generous approval for a 10 condo, 3-story building on a very tiny 9,500 square foot lot in a very congested pedestrian and vehicular area in the middle of the square, along with 14 parking stalls. This is zoned as BU1, and it should not be allowed to spot rezone as MU4, which the developer wants. The residents have spoken loud and clear that they are opposed to spot rezoning this to a 4-story, 13 condo development, which will significantly impact the neighborhood. It's going to increase traffic, and it's going to ruin the character of the neighborhood. Enough is enough. John Mueller, the barber, made some very unfortunate poor business decisions, and the community should not be held responsible for this. He needs to take this very good deal, which the community has given him, take this project and run with it. He's lucky he got this. I appreciate the struggle that you you face in making difficult decisions on the city council. But this is an easy one. Do you make the decision in the best interests of an out-of-town developer over the interests of a whole community? You need to do the right thing. Yes, we could use some additional affordable units, but what constitutes affordable? I'd like to see what those prices are going to be. And I feel that this community has done its share. I think it's also time to start looking at other communities, and it's time for them to share the affordable issue, such as Woburn, Chestnut Hill, West Newton Hill. The community is asking you to support and uphold the zoning ordinance for Nonantum that was approved by the city council in November of 2023.
Ms. Mazzapica, I just want to point
I know.
time. Thank you.
I'll speed it up. Vote no on this proposal. Listen to the people with 2 ears, not one. Thank you.
Thank you. You were very quick at the end. One more, come on up, sir. I'm giving preference to the people who have left the comfort of their homes to sit in these uncomfortable wooden benches first, and then I will go to Zoom. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Al Ciccanelli, 224 Chapel Street, Newton. Is there any way I could share my screen on my phone? No? Okay. Well, thank you for having me here. It was brought up that we have a concern that this is going to run rampant after this is done. Well, at the planning board meeting, not the last one where I was not allowed to play the video, but at the one before, one of the planning board members was heard salivating as he said the quiet part out loud that, wow, maybe this is a way that we can redevelop the entire Watertown Street corridor. This is what we are afraid of. We do not want this redeveloped. We fought the VCOD when Councilor Crossley said, if you don't like my plan, vote me out. What did we do? We voted her out. But then the mayor slapped us in the face and put her on the Zoning Board of Appeals. So now she's able to push her agenda as an unelected official. The city of Newton, out of the 54 cities and towns in Middlesex County, is the second most densely populated. We have shouldered the burden of this housing crisis long enough. 3 units is not going to stem the tide. They talk about they're not asking for any more parking. Actually, they wouldn't want to ask for more parking. They were asking to have less parking than we require per unit. We need them to build so that there is room for these people to park, so that we don't have more cars on our street. We've already said we do not want this. We fought, we won. Now we need to fight again? I don't get this. Is it like the bottle bill where it keeps coming up until we tire out? I mean, I think this is my 8th meeting on this. And I come out and it seems like nobody listens. We need you to hear the voice of the residents of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ciccanelli. Anyone else on the cold, uncomfortable wooden seats? Yes, sir. Come to the microphone.
Hello, my name is Alex Jablon. I live at 114 Pearl Street. Before us today, we have a number of people I have a great amount of respect for, but I would like to respectfully disagree with. The Nonantum Neighborhood Association does great things for our community, and I have, once again, a tremendous amount of respect. One thing I do want to address first is I've known John Mula since I was in 6th grade. He's been my barber since my last one died, and I hope that he continues to be for a long time. John is a person of upstanding character, And to hear any accusations thrown against him that he's not a member of this community is absolutely outrageous. John is absolutely a member of this community and has serviced the people of Nonantum and Newton for years and years. On the issue of the permit, I'm in support of this development. I do think that what we are kind of litigating, as mentioned before, is the issue of precedent. And I find that we're kind of engaging ourselves in a bit of the slippery slope fallacy. What happens, where do we stop? We stop after this one. I think if there was continued development that would happen in the Washington Street corridor, I would consider opposing that. However, that's not what we're talking about tonight. We are talking about the lot right now, Mr. Moore's lot, and I think that it has sat vacant long enough. I would like to see us building more housing, which I think that this is a reasonable request for. And I urge the city council to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwan. Anyone else in the chamber? And if you decide to speak later, just raise your hand and come to the microphone. I'm going to go to some of the Zoom people, and I will thank them for their patience for letting us take the people in the chamber first. First up, Mary Lee Belleville.
Thanks. Mary Lee Belleville, 136 Warren Street, Newton Center. It seems to me there clearly are two separate issues here. One relates to the special permit and one relates to the zoning change. In regards to the project itself, as originally approved, seems perfectly fine, seems good. I like the smaller units. I like the fact that it's ownership opportunities, and I like the fact that the Nonantum neighborhood supported it. The request to revise the special permit seems more to do with changes in the current market. The fact that the lot is sitting empty has nothing to do but with the fact that the developer emptied it. So, that was their choice to do it, but I don't think they should be necessarily rewarded for that. But I think the current project as approved should go forward. The issue I have is with the zoning change. And, it does hold implications, or what's the right word, precedent. And it's, Nonantum was obviously excluded from VCOD because it's not a transit-oriented development neighborhood. And this seems like an end run on that. And, it seems, MU4, it's a stretch from my perspective to say this would meet the spirit of that if you're talking about one retail property and the rest of the first floor space is devoted to parking. That just, to me, does not meet the spirit of what's intended with MU4. And for those reasons, I would urge the Land Use Committee to reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belleville. David Rockwell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm David Rockwell. I live at 13 Floral Place in Newton Highlands, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Newton Housing Partnership. The partnership has approved my speaking here unanimously. We are in support of the zoning changes and permitting changes that are before you tonight. I won't repeat a lot of the arguments. I just want to emphasize some things that are important to the partnership. as we look at this, these are home ownership opportunities. The pricing of even the market units is quite attainable for a number of young families, perhaps elder downsizing folks who want to stay in Newton. This pricing in the $650,000 neighborhood down to 600,000 or so really opens up some home ownership opportunities for people that are currently priced out of the market. Plus, of course, there are 3 quite affordable units. Those are, I think, priced at 190,000. We know that both apartments and homeownership opportunities are out of reach for so many people who deserve to live here. This is such a great opportunity to get this kind of unique pricing. I agree with the comments about the zoning. This is a specific zoning for this project. Any other zoning changes using MU4 for other parts of Watertown Street have to go through a special permit process. This does not open the floodgates. This is in line. I went back and read the purpose statement in the zoning code for MU4. This project just fits it to a T. Use is appropriate to village centers, encouraging mixed-use properties, fostering compact pedestrian-oriented villages, and expanding the types of housing available. These are all things that this project is. It's only 13 units. It is only 1 retail space, but it is still a mixed-use property. These folks will patronize local businesses. And we know that we have a locally based business person who is the sponsor of this, not some out-of-town developer who doesn't have the neighborhood's concerns in mind. So we at the partnership strongly urge the city council to vote in favor of these changes. And thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Zach Bianchi or Chi?
Hi, yeah, it's Zach Bianchi. I live at 21 Emerald Street in Nonantum. I'd like to voice my support for the zoning change to allow for this development. This proposal is a much needed step toward addressing Newton's housing shortage, providing more options for families who want to call Newton home. And more families living here means more spending at local businesses and expanded tax base to fund the schools and infrastructure that we all rely on. The character of the Nonantum neighborhood has always been middle-class families. My great-grandfather immigrated here from Italy in 1906 and realized the American dream. This is becoming rarer as housing costs price out young families and working-class residents. And it's simple economics. I mean, increase the housing supply to meet the demand is a proven way to stabilize and reduce costs. Very few people my age still live in Nonantum because of how expensive it is. And if you ask people my age if they support this zoning change, they would emphatically say yes. They do support it. And conversely, if you ask anybody who's retirement age or older about it, they'll tell you something. They're worried about this making the traffic worse and making the parking worse. And I just can't understand how anybody could think that's more important than than housing for their fellow Americans. And people are worried about this, quote unquote, opening the floodgates as if it's, some terrible thing if we build housing. I mean, to me, what that looks like is, more young professionals like myself being able to stay in Newton and hopefully one day raise families in Newton. I wouldn't mind if the whole street were redeveloped or rezoned. We should want our shining village center to evolve into a more vibrant community. Why wouldn't we want more taxpayers, more opportunities to encourage families to stay in Newton? And the Nonantum residents that I know on a personal level, we all are in favor of the zoning change. I think it should be unacceptable that this lot has sat empty for 7 years in the middle of a statewide housing crisis. And I don't even think it should be the business of government how many units is allowed to be built or are allowed to be built on a given lot. I think we need to be concerned about what's best for Newton for the rest of the century, not just the next couple of decades. And by supporting this development, we're embracing a future where Newton remains a haven for the middle class and a place where middle-class families can, stay and send their kids to the great schools. So I see this as an opportunity to strengthen our community and encourage growth. And I urge you to approve this zoning change for the benefit of Nonantum. And I'll also add that I do think that, all the other villages in Newton should also be looking at rezoning things in this nature. So thanks. That's all I have to add.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bianchi. Jonathan Bassett.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Bianchi for his eloquent testimony. That was extremely well said. I echo his remarks. I actually want to tell everybody a little story. I grew up in Brookline, and I went to the Heath School. My best friend was Steve Lindbergh, who lived in a triple-decker right across the street from the school. His mom was a single mom. She was a nurse, and they lived on the top floor of that triple-decker. Steve, his brother Andy, and a giant Great Dane. Now, Brookline, like a lot of places in Boston, has made it really difficult to build. And that triple-decker, which was one of a dozen triple-deckers in that middle-class, working-class neighborhood across from the school, that triple-decker is still there. But today, the unit that my friend Steve grew up in Zillows for over $1 million. Not the whole building, just the top floor. So if you make it hard to build, the market will drive up those prices. And one of the people from Nonantum spoke this evening saying she's afraid that eventually our charming village center will no longer be. That is going to happen. And it's going to happen either because the market is going to drive up costs so that people like Mr. Bianchi can never afford to live here, or we're going to make the buildings a little bigger so that we can retain what we love about our city. And the irony is that if we want to keep Newton the same, economically diverse, where ordinary people can afford to live here, Newton is going to have to change. And that means we're going to have to build more housing, which means we're going to have to approve projects like this. And I hope the city council will approve this project. I would also say that I agree with folks from Nonantum who said that other neighborhoods, including my own in Newtonville, need to do more, which is why I would love to abolish single-family zoning everywhere in the city, and I'd like to see more density everywhere. Thank you very much, and I hope you'll approve this project.
Thank you. Mr. Bassett, could you just give us your address, please? Oh, you're muted now.
Thank you. 30 Phillips Lane in Newtonville.
Sorry?
30 Phillips Lane in
Thank
Newton.
you. Max Wolf.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Max Wolf, and I'm here on behalf of the Charles River Chamber, 117 Kendrick Street, and the Newton Business Community to urge you to approve the special permit and zoning change for the project at 386 Watertown Street. Mixed-use developments like this are key to keeping our village centers vibrant. Simply put, when we add homes in commercial areas, especially right above businesses, we bring more foot traffic to our local shops and create much-needed housing for the people who work in our community. Additionally, this project's affordable units and transit-oriented design with a bus stop on its doorstep extend its opportunity for workforce housing to businesses and villages beyond Nonantum. As you may remember, during discussions on the Village Center Overlay Districts 2 years ago, Watertown Street was removed from the zoning plan in favor of a more incremental approach. This project is precisely that, an incremental but meaningful addition that brings much-needed housing to support our local businesses. It consists of small units that could house nurses, teachers, restaurant managers, or even city staff, people who make our community stronger. We respectfully urge the committee to approve this proposal and continue supporting the economic vitality of our village centers in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. The next is a phone number, 857-231, etc. You could unmute yourself if you're still, your hand is raised if you want to speak. You are, there we go. Could you just give us?
Okay, yes, hi, I'm with the Cornelli family on Lothrop Street, and I just wanted to say, yeah, I agree with what Terry has said, and Janine, and Al Ciccinelli, and yeah, it's just the zoning change. This is not the way to do it. It seems like a backdoor way to put in a zoning change. It's going to affect all the city, and also, they talked a lot about renderings. The person that was speaking, the attorney there, renderings. I kept hearing renderings. I'm saying rendering. Where have I heard that before? Rendering. Do you remember Clinton Street? What happened on Clinton Street when we took their attorneys renderings, and now we have a giant house there that is not in conformance with the law. So that's what's happening when we take the attorney's renderings and we let them do this to the neighborhood. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna take a deep breath, Terry. Renderings, yeah, I heard that an awful lot. The attorney kept saying renderings. After the fact, we cannot take it back. This is what happened on Clinton Street. Okay, let's take a look and let's see what happened on Clinton Street. Okay, let's not forget. Yeah, and I forget who was it that spoke from the planning department, but I took the notes there and they said, she had said, you can, what does it say? If it adversely affects the traffic, okay? Well, this is going to adversely affect the traffic. All right, this is our neighborhood. I don't know that all of you in the center that call in and all these other people, this is going to adversely affect our traffic, our zoning, the neighborhoods, our villages, right? That we're so proud of, all of the villages that we have in the neighborhood. This is going to affect the neighborhoods and it's setting precedents. And it is going to adversely affect the traffic. I don't know what else I can say here, but I just think we take a look at what everybody had said, Janine and Terry and Al, and the renderings. I think that stood out on when the attorney kept saying renderings, and all I could think of was Clinton Street and the people that have been voted out from the city council. So I think that we need to take a look at this, just I don't know what else to say, but let's think about Clinton Street and renderings and our neighborhoods and how it's already dense here. I've been going around taking pictures and videos of the unsafe streets. They're already narrow. They're double parked. All of these construction that's happening all around that you are allowing. We had a single or double, a two-family house on Murphy Court. Okay, they knocked that down. Now there's what, 5 units on a little postage size stamp of a lot. There's nothing there. It's green, and they're selling for over $1 million. So you talk about middle class. They threw down the middle class. You're throwing down the middle class when you throw down these little 1 and 2 family homes. You're destroying the middle class, and you're putting up these monstrosity luxury units. This is no longer middle class. We're fighting to keep the middle class in Nonantum.
Thank you very much. You
Thank
are on
you.
your phone. You may not be able to see the timer, so I'm just going to let you know that your time is up, but thank you for being on Zoom and calling in. Lisa Monahan.
Hi, thanks so much for letting me speak. My name is Lisa Monahan. I live at 1105 Walnut Street in Newton Highlands. And I am speaking in support of the project. I think that this is, many, many good things have been said tonight, which I won't repeat, but I do believe that this is a really good application of MU4 zoning. It is only for this site. The city council retains control. This will, not spread rampantly through the neighborhood as some have feared. I think the project is sensitively designed. It fits in the neighborhood. I think the changes since the original special permit was applied for, which is the subject of this hearing, are really handled extremely well. You can't, the setback, 4th floor, there, speaking about the last speaker mentioned traffic, there is no more traffic. There are no more cars being asked for, no more parking spaces being asked for in this plan. So this will not add any more traffic to the neighborhood. And I'm an architect working in Newton over the past 5 years or so, construction costs have gone absolutely out of control. Um, and so I can totally understand how the project owner, how the calculus is different now than it was when the original special permit was issued. These condos are slated to be priced extremely moderately. This is middle-class housing. And my fear for the neighborhood, which I know cares so much about the downtown and the businesses, and I love that Mexican restaurant too. I love Nonantum, and but what would happen if this doesn't go through? This project could very well get sold to a developer who may not give you such a sensitively designed project. I think this is probably about as good as one could hope for. I think this is a really good project. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monahan. Phone Lisa.
Hi,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Just
Oh,
give us
wow.
your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Marzilli. I was born at 217 Adams Street in Nonantum, but now I'm at 28 Bemis Street. So I've been listening intently to all of this. I have to say that I love John. I've taken my boys. That was their first barber. I love that he speaks Italian to him. I think that what is the main point here is that the neighborhood has no, we don't believe in you guys. We're waiting for the other foot to drop. I mean, if it gets done once, like a change that MU4, it gets changed for one person, then the next person is going to come and say, wait, you did this for John Mula. So what I'm hearing from everybody is it's not John's fault or not fault. That's a silly thing to say. It's not his ill will for our neighborhood. He's trying to be as sympathetic, and unfortunately he's coming up against all these huge construction companies, and he's just trying to make the best for his family. But it's that we don't trust you as our governing committee to support us. I think that was I had a lot more to say, but after listening for so long, I think that's really the issue, is that John doesn't mean any harm, and Nonantum is just speaking our minds, and we're just worried that it's going to fall on deaf ears again. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Marzilli. Dan Richards.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dan Richards. I live at 96 Fair Oaks Avenue, which is technically in Newtonville, but very close to Nonantum. I walk to Nonantum all the time. I use the hardware store there regularly. Advance Auto takes care of my automobiles when I need servicing. There's lots of businesses I use there. And I like the neighborhood very much. I'm also an economist. I've been teaching at Tufts University since 1985. And I can tell you that it's my work as an economist, but also as a neighbor, that makes me very supportive of this project. I find, what we know about the housing crisis is that it's a supply side issue, and more housing is better. That's the only way to bring down prices, is to build more housing. That's just a plain and simple fact. And to do that, you're going to need to make relax restrictions on zoning and so forth. I think it's surprising to me to hear people say that they were happy with the 10 units, but somehow an additional 3 units is going to destroy the neighborhood. I think that seems kind of unusual. I also, the argument that by making an MU4 change here, that opens the door. If you follow that argument to its logical conclusion, I would say you'd never make it anywhere, because that says that once you make it, it opens the door, and you can't afford to open the door. I think that really this project is very consistent with the MU4 designation. And it also it brings in many attainable, financially attainable units. They're small. They're priced to attract people who otherwise wouldn't be able to find places in Newton. That includes the 3 affordable units, but also the rest of the units. It does everything you'd want it to do. And it tends to be the kind of thing that supports local businesses, particularly eateries and personal services. Those are the kinds of things that survive as density increases and as we move into an era in which other things are bought through the internet. So I very much support this project, and I hope that I hope that you'll approve it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Fran Godin?
Thank you very much. I also fully support this project and hope that you will on land use. The community is all of Newton. We're not a siloed city. And many of us all over the city do go to Nonantum and support it and contribute to some of the wonderful things that the area council does. There are many voices that we heard tonight. Some are worried and some are fully supportive. But if land use doesn't agree with the worried voices, it doesn't mean that land use members haven't heard. They just may not agree. I would love to have more density and diversity all over the city. I live at 19 Crofton Road in Waban and have supported attempts at this kind of thing in our area. They don't always succeed, and that's very disappointing. And I would like your support. Those of you who have spoken about wanting to have this all over the city, like your support when we do have some of those opportunities. So come on by. I also want to highlight that the design seems very beautiful to me. I know these are personal things, but this was all approved the first time around, and I think the addition of the deck, the roof deck, seems lovely and will benefit everybody in the building. City councilors, land use continues to have control, project by project. Each one will be approved or not approved as it is presented. And the one that's before us tonight may even allow some children of Nonantum to return. I hope that you will support it.
Thank you, Ms. Godin. Kathleen Coral-Greaser?
Yes, it's Kathleen Coral-Greaser, 258 Mill Street in Newtonville. I tend to think that the people who live in a village really should have the largest say in shaping that village. So even though I'm from Newtonville, and like many others, I shop and visit Nonantum often, I don't feel like I want to make the decisions, or I have a right to make the decisions about what happens in Nonantum. But I do feel strongly that I'm opposed to spot rezoning, and I'm opposed to our elected officials and this administration's planning department and appointees to the planning board and various other bodies attempting to make this particular property owner and his development partners wealthier at the expense of other people in that village. I really do agree with those who say that this feels like an end run around the agreement about VCOD and Nonantum's not really fitting the definition for that. This wasn't expected, and I think it's objectionable because the village got behind the original proposal. They supported it. And it's not that they're opposed to 3 more units, it's that they're opposed to another story. And this developer and his investor partners not asking for parking spaces just means those cars will end up on adjacent streets. That's not a sacrifice on their part. It's taking advantage of public space. This is it's just not the right way to do things. And this is a lame duck administration. And this planning department and this planning board shouldn't be imposing basically a philosophy of development in Newton that's been rejected by voters. In the last municipal election, it was rejected overwhelmingly, and it's going to continue to be rejected. So it's not quite right to try to ram this through in this administration's waning days. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greaser. Janet Sturman.
All right, we're up. Janet Sturman, Church Street, Newton Corner, Ward 1, by the way. I just wanted to let everyone know that for the 7 years and multiple approved building permits, Nonantum has been patient as MULA has started and stopped this project to fill the hole in the ground at 390 Watertown Street. Last year, we were sure that a 3-story, 10-unit building was going to be built there, yet pushing the community now on the brink of war. This failed builder returned with a new partner, asking for more modifications and deals, including a zoning change. The gift to Nonantum is one more affordable unit, one. Now, affordable housing has never been an issue in this part of Newton. Remember, this is Nonantum, not Woburn, not Chestnut Hill. The growth in multifamily housing and 40B projects has grown in this part of Newton exponentially. With your nodding heads have come problems of overcrowding and congestion, which are another hardship on these decisions put on the neighborhood. Adding one more affordable unit requested in this permit change is not worth the rift it's causing in our city. Even after the council chose to not put VCOD zoning in Nonantum, this neighborhood continues to fight with the city to not create a wall of apartment buildings along Watertown Street in their beloved, thriving retail village. Where is the promised community building leadership needed towards the vision of developing housing along Nevada, Bridge, and Chapel Streets, which are currently zoned as manufacturing? So backing this project are MULA's barbershop customers from Watertown, Waltham, and the surrounding area who've been offered discounts on their services to show up and support his project. In addition to these friends, they're the usual housing advocates who we heard from tonight: Engine 6, Newton for Everyone, Newton Housing Partnership. These people live in Woburn, Newtonville, Chestnut Hill. They live in every other village in Newton but Nonantum. Would it be right for the Beacon Hill residents to advocate for zoning changes in Rosendale and West Roxbury or Alston? I don't think so. Now, there's something wrong with our local government when the elected representatives put themselves out there to answer questions on behalf of developers. This is exactly what happened last weekend when Councilor Leary offered to answer questions to Nonantum on behalf of this petitioner. Instead of representing the people who live in her neighborhood, she chose to stand up for folks who don't even vote here. It's a community battle to the repeated responses from councilors who raised their children in Nonantum, actually in opposition to what the neighbors are asking for. Nonantum is exhausted from this merciless antagonism. So according to the Newton Assessor's Office, the valuation of this property has gone up 300% since 2017. The requested permit change and zoning changes, if they're approved, at a conservative $615 a square foot, means the petitioner could see an excess of $1.7 million in this project. Mr. MULA, who has tripled his asset valuation on a 9,500 square foot hole in the ground, now stands before us looking to squeeze Nonantum and Newton for another 30%, 3 units, but it is 30% out of this little project. So with special, I'm wrapping up right now. With special permit and parking waivers in hand, there's nothing stopping MULA and partners from beginning construction next month on his visionary Parkside 3-story, 10-unit building, which is lovely. I ask you to vote with the people of Nonantum and deny another project modification at 386, 390 Watertown Street. Thank you for your time, and thanks for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sturman. Okay, I think that concludes this part of the public hearing just before 9:30. Hopefully, we have time before the city councilors all have to head home to bed to hear from the city councilor. So let's take it into committee first. Anyone on the land use committee like to say anything? Everyone wants to go to bed? Leary and then Block. Happy to hear from the counselors not on the committee too. I'll just do the committee first, then Albright.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there has been a lot said today and there's been many good comments. And I just want to say, I've been involved in this project for a few years now. And it's currently still, undeveloped, a hole in the ground in the middle of our village center. So what I'm hearing is that people are afraid. They're afraid of things, of overdevelopment in their village. They're concerned of too many towering buildings. They're upset about the possible displacement of businesses and residents. And I hear that and I understand that. But I also look at what's reasonable, what's fair, what will impact the neighborhood, and what's good for the neighborhood. And I will have to disagree with some of the people who have been spoken, including Ms. Sorrow, who I have a lot of respect for, and she does wonderful things for Nonantum with her Nonantum Neighborhood Association and the Village Day and the scholarships she gives out to Newton high school students. But first of all, I want to address the MU4. The MU4 is only used in certain aspects, and I think this fits the bill. And a number of people have spoken in favor of that. I won't repeat everything they said, but the reason why I'm supporting this project in large part is because it's not displacing any residents or any businesses. I understand that fear. It is real. So in this case with MU4, which always requires a special permit, I think it fits here. And remember, in land use, we consider each project on a case-by-case basis. So because we approve an MU4 in this particular instance, this particular project in so many ways is a very good project. And even people who are concerned about the extra story and the MU4 rezoning agree it's a nice building. It fits the neighborhood. It's another commercial space. In addressing the housing issues that we have, I think it's so important to look at these infill projects rather than the wholesale demolition, the building of large homes or much larger multifamily. And these are the MU4. The other reason why this is being considered here is because it allows for the much smaller units that would not be allowed by, we actually have size requirements with other zoning, parts of our zoning. So I'm looking at this as smaller, more affordable units. They're by nature, they're smaller, so they're affordable and at the market rate ones. So I really, despite some of the concerns about the Nonantum residents, we've also heard about Nonantum residents who like the project, and we did receive a list of people who've signed on. Also, we received that the day before yesterday, who have signed up in support of John Mueller, who are mostly, from my understanding, are customers of Mr. Mueller. I just can't see a way to deny this project when I looked at all the pros on one side and the cons on the other. And the cons are basically based on fear. And I don't think that's a good way to make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Leary. Councilor Block.
Thank you, Chair. I've thought about this project quite a bit. The chair is well aware that I think that the Zoning and Planning Committee should be playing a formal role whenever we make a zoning change. This committee is used to acting in a quasi-judicial way, and I think people testify before us either knowing that or somehow getting a sense for that's how we approach what's before us. And usually that is what we do. At least 95% of what comes before us has no zoning change at all. So when we're asked to consider a zoning change simultaneously with a special permit, I step back and I think really hard about it. And one of the things I did was to try and learn more about the MU4 and why it was first adopted. So I had to go back to 2012 when the MU4 was first created. And unfortunately, either the video of those hearings no longer exist, or maybe they weren't taken and the audio is poor quality. So we're really left with the written record from that, from those decisions. And I've got in front of me some of the memos from the planning department. One dated September 7th, 2012, one dated September 21st, 2012, all analyzing what the overall purpose is. And it really had a lot to do with Austin Street and trying to make that development possible. But the overall message was they wanted to increase the vitality of a village center. And that meant a pretty large development because that's the only way you can have a significant impact. And so in the end, Austin Street contributed 68 units to the Newtonville space. The next, and by the way, I urge everyone to read these memos. They were circulated to the committee. It's very clear, despite all of the many goals that are described in our ordinance for the MU4, encourage pedestrian vitality, economic vitality. So what we're talking about here is 3 more units beyond what is already approved. Well, 3 more units is not going to have any measurable effect on any village center. So it feels to me like the MU4 is being misapplied. The other units, the other parcels that have been zoned MU4, Washington Place, otherwise known as Trio, and that was 140 units. The Santander Bank building, which is approved MU4 but not under construction, 50 units. The next smallest, besides 13, is 26 units in Newton Highlands. Even that small development is double the size of what's being proposed here. So I just can't see the MU4 being appropriate. I wish we could get to the site plan itself and how we feel about it. We must grapple with the zoning question first. If we don't agree with the zone, then there is no point in even discussing the site plan proposal. So that's just where I am right now with this. It's it's not quite right to call this a question of precedent. It's a question of how we want our how we want to zone our parcels in Newton to guide developers, to guide anybody into understanding what direction do we want to go in. And if I think the BU1 zone, which it is zoned now, and which the adjacent parcels are also zoned, I think that conveys what we want as a city and what Nonantum wants as a neighborhood. And I think we really ought to stick with that. And I just need to say that the zoning change before us is a legislative matter. It is not a special permit matter. And as a legislative matter, we can vote just based on our own conclusions regarding what is in the best interests of this city. And we don't have to kind of compare 13 units to 10 units or anything of the sort. We are a legislative body, and I feel like grappling with this and continuing to grapple with what's the purpose of the UMU4? Is this a proper size? This is smaller than the minimum size, which is in 10,000 square feet, which is in our zoning ordinance. We would be creating another non-conforming property. It just doesn't feel right to me. So that's how I'm thinking about it right now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Block. Many councillors have raised their hand. I'm just going to remind people I'm going to first take it into the committee, and then I'm going to call on the other councillors whose hands have been raised. The next is Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Eckel, I just have a few questions for you, sir. So it's going to be 13 units with 14 parking stalls, 1 parking stall per unit. What does your client want to do with that 14th parking stall?
So I believe the prior agreement under the previous approvals was that the parking would be unbundled. So it would be primarily for the residential uses, but that would just be an extra space that would come, whether that's for purchase from one of the units or maintained as a visitor space is still to be discussed. But the agreement and the commitment to the council previously was that it would be unbundled parking.
So the intent to use that 14th parking stall is for residential in nature, not commercial in nature.
That is correct, Council.
Okay, all right. So I assuming we vote on this tonight and go over the council order, I don't know how that can be written into the council order because I didn't see it in there for that 14th parking stall. So if it's going to be visitors or for residential tenants, I think that needs to be written in there. So it's not used for any commercial enterprise. Also, Mr. Eckel, I think I heard you say that the driveway is shared and therefore you cannot restrict left-hand turns coming out, but you are going to have signs which say no left turn coming out. Did I hear that right?
That's correct, Councilor. So we share the driveway with our abutter to the right. So the intent and purpose of that would be to put up the signs, which would be essentially for the future residents. Obviously, they may dissuade other people from taking a left turn as well when they see the signs, but we'd also write them into the condominium docs so that essentially be a violation of the condominium trust if future owners violate that. So we went as far as we could without petitioning to the city because we don't have unilateral right to do that and restrict someone else's property rights next door.
So I understand from a city standpoint that you cannot restrict left-hand turns, so you're going to try to control it internally. And granted, this is not what I do for a living, but with your condo docs, can you regulate car movement not on site on Watertown Street?
We'd be taking the left out of the property. So that is our commitment. And I think it is enforceable. We'd be leaving the property from our site, and that could be written into the docs.
Okay, all right. Yeah, again, that's not before us, the condo docs. So I just wanted to be clear that the tenants are not going to go left. They can only go right. But your neighbors next door can go left.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Well, that's an interesting one. Thank you. So just the overall project that we have before us, you know, the 4th floor, that's what we're talking about, the 3 units. I've seen the renderings. I've read all the emails that have been sent to us. I listened carefully close tonight. The actual special permit, the building and the parking is fine. That is not the issue that I am looking at. The issue that I am looking at, and Councilor Block was getting there, is the zone change. It is the zone change to MU4. I remember 15 months ago, we were here, we, the city council, and we were discussing the Village Center Overlay District. And it was, I believe, 15 months ago where we decided to take out Nonantum as well as other village centers and commercial areas. We decided to take them out of the VCOD. That was the vote. The vote was to either keep it in or take it out. We voted to remove Nonantum. And now, potentially, we are bringing zone changes for additional density, which is what the VCOD was. We are now potentially trying to put that back in 15 months later. It doesn't, to me, that doesn't make any sense. I know, Mr. Eckel, you weren't part of the VCOD and neither was your client, but that was very contentious, especially in Nonantum, as well as other villages. I think we heard from one speaker talk about that. So that's where I'm at with the MU4. Should we or should we not bring it back in? And on that case, I am a no. I don't think we should bring it back in. So unfortunately, it's a good project. It is. But with respect to the zone change, I have to vote no. And because of that, I have to vote no on the special permit when we do get there tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Farrell, and following him, Councillor Lobovitz, if you had your hand up. No, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate this. I'm not going to speak to the housing crisis in Newton and throughout the state because it is monumental, particularly affordable housing. And I'm actually not going to speak to the design of this building, which I think is pretty nice. I think it is thoughtful. What I am going to speak to, which was the last issue that Councilor Lucas spoke to, and that is the change of the zoning to MU4. I don't know what it means to be a precedent, but if the safeguards are that any other building in Nonantum that wants to change to MU4, they have to go through this special land use process. And me personally, I dread 28 more of these hearings because I think that's exactly what would happen. There would be more requests for MU4. And the safeguards are not here. We are a group of individuals. And whatever we think and vote tonight could be completely changed by new people who come into the next. I much prefer a system not based on personal interest, but on the law. And I think we should keep that law. I also want to speak to the long process that was also referred to by VCOD. It was contentious and it was very extended. And the people of Nonantum stood up and very strongly said, we do not want to be part of this process. And we, the city council, agreed and allowed them not to be part of it. Throughout that, what I did pay attention to, even though I wasn't on the council at the time, what I did pay attention to is that I never heard Nonantum say, we don't want any development. They said they didn't want to live with the process that was being created under the VCOD. I believe there are people in Nonantum who do understand the need for development to maintain the vitality of their neighborhood. And I, for one, think it is incumbent upon us and the city council to initiate as soon as possible conversations, formal conversations with the people of Nonantum about what do they want, because change is going to come. We all know that. But I think they have to be completely engaged in the process. I don't believe it needs to take another 3 years. I think it can be done intelligently and thoughtfully and compassionately, but I think there needs to be a process, and it needs to be there if possible. And we all need to be part of it. But Nonantum's not out of the woods. There needs to be change. We need to understand what the people of Nonantum want, and we need to engage them in that process. So I do not think we should be changing MU for this zoning piece for one building right now. I think it will, in fact, set a precedent, whatever that precedent is. And I don't think our work should be based on that sort of thing. And I think it's incumbent that we respond to the people of Nonantum in our tacit understanding with them when we excluded them from VCOD, that there will be change in Nonantum. But we need to talk with them about what and where it will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Farrell. President Laredo.
So I've been giving a lot of thought to this project. I agree with Councilor Lucas. To me, it's not about the special permit involved. I just don't think that's really the issue. The issue is the request, and I think Councilor Block said this as well. The issue is a request for a zone change. So let me start off with an observation. We've been getting a lot of emails, a lot of letters, passionate statements this evening for and against this project. You know, I think in some ways it's become a symbol of something greater. That's possible. It also goes to what I think is a little bit overheated rhetoric on the part of all of us. And here's why. I think it's really important to remember that this city council approved a 10-unit project and didn't just approve it once, but we granted changes to a special permit on multiple occasions. So to say that opposition to this latest iteration is somehow means you're against housing or against affordable housing, I don't think is a fair construction of the position. At the same time, you know, this is not a proposed addition of from 10 to 50 units or 10 to 40 units. We're adding 3 units potentially, an extra affordable one. And I think by all accounts, it's well designed. So to me, there's a huge tension here, and I want to highlight that. Before I go further, though, I want to ask the developer a question. You obviously are looking to make more money here. That's why you're going to 13, correct?
Thank you, Counselor, for the question. So it's not necessarily about making more money, it's ensuring the project's feasibility all around. The intent the entire time since April of last year when I sat down in Trevor's office for the first time with John Mula was to go for the project that's before you this evening. And when we ran the numbers extensively with the material costs then and the projected material costs through today, plus past requirements that had just passed and everything else that along with it, it ensured the project's feasibility and viability, all in all.
Have you shared any of those numbers with our planning department?
In terms of cost?
Your numbers.
Yeah.
Your numbers between 10 and 13, have they been shared with our planning department?
I don't know if we've necessarily illustrated the
the differentials between the 10 and the 13, but we shared extensively like exit prices, rising costs, the cost of
Look,
permitting through the iterations, et cetera.
Here is where I'm having some difficulty, okay? And I'm not faulting anyone. But we are being asked to make a significant change in our zoning based on a representation that otherwise this project's not going to get done. That's seemingly what's being said. We test statements by developers about traffic, about environmental runoff, about shadow studies all the time. I take it we haven't tested the statement that you're making to us.
I don't know if it's necessarily been like quote unquote tested, but the thing about this project that's really unique is there's a tremendous amount of unknown, especially right now. There's a tremendous amount of unknown 12 months ago. And from an actuarial perspective, it's extremely hard to quantify that. If you look at the last 3 years, 2021, 2024 performances on, for example, exit prices and cost of goods to build, developers went into those projects in 2016, 2017, 2018. Nobody could have predicted that.
This project was approved well before COVID. Okay, this
Correct.
project was approved. I want to be, again, I just think it's really important to get our facts straight. We approved this project, what, 7 years ago now, well before rising construction costs, well before COVID. The owner at that time unilaterally chose to demolish a building based on what was approved. For whatever reason, ran into trouble. We don't know, we're not privy to why that was. Came back to us on multiple occasions, said, "Hey, look, help me out. I need to make this work." We did that. And now we're being asked to do something again, which is very different this time because we're being asked to change the zoning. I don't have to go further with that. I'll be very candid, colleagues. I'm struggling with this one, okay? On one hand, I don't view the addition of 3 extra units as being necessarily, quote, a big deal. I think it's a well-designed project. I don't like holes in the ground, but I also am concerned about our zoning process. And yes, we take each project as it comes, but I've been around here long enough to know that when you make the first change in an area, the next time a project comes in, our planning department comes in and says, well, we just did this 2 years ago or a year ago or 6 months ago. So it's really not that much of a difference anymore. So yes, we're supposed to take this one at a time, but at the same time, let's not kid ourselves. What we do on one project becomes a precedent for the next project and the project after that. That may not be bad, okay? That may not be bad. And certainly through the special permit process, you have more control than you would with a wholesale change. But I want to put that out there. The other thing that I just continue to be troubled by is the MBTA Communities Act discourages exactly what we're being asked to do here. It's not technically spot zoning. I think that's a fair statement. At least not spot zoning as it's been defined legally. But the MBTA Communities Act says we want to discourage this breakup from parcel to parcel to parcel of different zones. And yet, here's what we're doing. So I'll leave it at that, colleagues. I'll be, like I said, I am struggling with this one. I think there are valid considerations and concerns on all sides. But as I expressed, I do think there are serious zoning issues that we ought to be considering. And as a process issue, not necessarily for this developer, I am very concerned when a developer says, I can or can't do something, and we have zero way of verifying that. We don't allow that. And that doesn't seem to me good policy on our part. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, President Laredo. Councillor Downs.
I thank you, Chair. Couple of things. The overarching thing here for me is there's a lot of uncertainty in the market. there's a lot of uncertainty, and then COVID came, and then there's even more uncertainty, and now we've got an administration in Washington that's adding additional uncertainty. And to add to that, you have a small developer who's going through a very complicated process. And frankly, our process is not easy. It takes a long time, and we end up with, in a number of cases, projects that get permitted, but because of the length of the time it takes to get the permit, we end up with not a project. And then we're back at this whole thing again. We've seen that with Riverside. We now have Northland coming back, and they were big developers. But with small developers, I think they're just even more vulnerable. These guys, they kudos to them for bringing in an additional partner and running the numbers again. But I have no doubt that this is a very difficult environment to build in. In fact, the only people who are building right now are those who found private financing, because that's another piece of this puzzle, as we've learned. I also want to just push back on the idea that we're not following the law here because the zoning law is being changed. That is exactly what land use does. And we are semi-judicial in that we do, but you have to do the zoning change in order to do the special permits. So we are following the law and we are following the process. I just don't think that 3 units kept back the way they are is going to radically change this neighborhood. I do think that this will be a benefit to the neighborhood. And I do think that the changes that the proponents have suggested will help make this safer for the neighborhood, better for the neighborhood, and quite unobtrusive. For me, the current condition has having an adverse effect on the neighborhood. And 3 more units, 1 more story, to me, is not making a radical change to the neighborhood. And I fear for what happens if we make it so difficult to develop small projects like this, that the precedent that will be set is that small developers will throw their hands up, and we won't get small incremental infill development, which is really the only way to revitalize our neighborhoods outside of the VCOD process, which, as we know, is quite painful. So I'm going to be voting for the change and in zoning and for the project.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. That's it for now for the committee members. We'd love to hear from our other colleagues. Councillor Albright, you had your hand up first, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start by saying that I agree with all the comments that Councillor Downs just made. And I had a lot of notes here, but I'm going to stick to the things that I think are really important based on what I've heard from the committee tonight. It's true that the council voted to take Nonantum out of the VCOD, but that was done by the Zoning and Planning Committee with the Ward 1 councilors, with the Nonantum residents. There were many meetings to discuss how should the Nonantum VCOD go. Should it be from this street to that street or this street to that street? And then the notion came up that maybe it should be looking at other parts of Nonantum that would need redevelopment, as opposed to the village of Nonantum, which doesn't seem to need as much redevelopment. And that sold me on the idea of taking Nonantum out of the VCOD. And that was a strong request of the people, at least that we spoke with from Nonantum, that we look at other parts of Nonantum. And I thought that when this next term began, that one of the top things on the list of things for the Zoning and Planning Committee was to look at those other parts of Nonantum to see if they should be brought into the VCOD. I don't know what happened to that idea. I have talked to the zoning, I've talked to the planning department and I really think that, as Councilor Farrell said, that needs to be picked up and moved along because there were parts of Nonantum that folks felt should be part of the VCOD, just not the parts of Watertown Street that had been there. And I think that's an important thing for everyone to remember. With respect to the issue of MU4s becoming precedents. So we've had this zoning, Council Block says 2012. I don't remember if that's exactly when it passed. I know that Austin Street passed in 2015. So we've had MU4 for about 10 years, maybe 12 years, maybe 13. And so far we have two. We have two in Newtonville. We have one going up in New Highlands, and that's it. So none of them have been a precedent for anything else. I wish they would be, but they're not. You know my preference is to have more housing, so I'm not saying anything that is going to be surprising to anybody. And I'm not going to talk about the need for housing and all of those issues. This is a project that is good looking. I think everybody agrees with that. It's a project that provides home ownership, and everybody complains about all the rentals. We have rental projects galore, and we wished we had home ownership. And here's one that's providing home ownership. Not only that, there's small and moderately sized home ownership, which we also need desperately, because that means they're going to be more affordable, not just the affordable units, but hopefully the other ones will be for a middle income. And here's an important point for my colleagues on this committee that I used to be on, and I'm not anymore, but I was on it when we did Austin Street and Washington Street. If you think what you heard tonight in complaints was large, it doesn't compare to what happened with Austin Street and Washington Street. This chamber was full, including the, what do you call it? The
balcony.
Balcony, thank you very much. Senior moment. Including the balcony, it was full of people who hated us. Don't pass these two things because they're going to be horrible. They're going to ruin, they're going to close all the shops in Newtonville. They're going to ruin the traffic. They're going to ruin the schools. I mean, you couldn't imagine how people hated those two projects, and both projects filled the auditorium with people who hated it. And now I think everybody loves those projects. Everybody, including Councilor Norton, who voted against it. Now that's her office. She meets people there. Councilor Mickley meets people there. So I just want you to know that neighbors tend to hate the change. And I know that the neighbors probably hate me saying that, but having dealt with land use projects for 20 years, I know that neighbors hate the change and they will love it in the end. And it will be 13 units that you can barely see from the street. And I just want the land use committee in particular to be aware that there's a lot of strum and drum now, but afterwards it will be wonderful. It will be great. So I think that's all I wanted to say, except to the fact that to say that you don't like that you love the project, but you hate the zoning, to me makes no sense. It makes no sense. This is a project. Just think about this project living in Nonantum that everybody seems to think is a great the building is nice. It doesn't show the fourth floor from the street. Everybody likes the project. How can you not rezone it to make that project work? And Councilor Block, you said it was to enhance the neighborhood. And this neighborhood, I guess, by definition, you think doesn't need enhancing. But Newtonville was not dead at the time. Newtonville wasn't dead at all. There was things going on in Newtonville. And it enlivens Newtonville. I hope everybody agrees that Newtonville is a great place. And I know there is one VCOD project right near Austin Street that's coming along through its process with the Historic Commission. And I hope that further enlivens Newtonville. So I love the Nonantum Neighborhood Association is one of the most vibrant neighborhood associations we have in this city. I attend the events. The Village A's are fabulous. The Festa is unbelievable. The things that they do are wonderful. I just don't think that they're thinking clearly about this project, and then it will have no impact on Nonantum, no negative impact on Nonantum. And by the same token, we should get going, and I agree with Councilor Farrell, we should get going immediately on what parts of Nonantum that the Nonantum residents thought might be the better place to put VCOD. We should start that next month. So thank you very much for letting me spout off for a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Albright. I think we appreciate your perspective as a former member of this committee and chair of ZAP and as president. So thank you for spouting off for a little while for us all. Councillor Greenberg, you're next, and then Councillor Oliver.
Thank you, Chair. As the ward councillor, I want to assure folks that I have listened and considered all the comments made by Nonantum residents, those who support and those who do not support this project. In the end, I am confident that this will be a good addition to our village, especially for our businesses. I am an avid supporter of our village businesses, and I believe this project will support these businesses. Currently, there are 2 empty storefronts in Nonantum. One of these was the beloved restaurant Moldova. I spoke to Arthur, the owner of the restaurant, before he closed. Despite all his efforts to stay open over 10 years, he said that a major contributor to his business failing was the lack of foot traffic. So I believe if we continue to restrict growth in our village centers, we will lose more of our beloved village businesses. So in the end, the zone change will make this project feasible and therefore be a benefit to our village. So I support this zone change and I support this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Greenberg. Councillor Oliver.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm aware of the late hour and I apologize because this probably isn't going to be terribly short. I had a whole bunch of prepared comments before I walked in the room tonight. Now I have a whole different set of comments that I need to share because I think, as usual, I both agree and disagree with a lot of the things I've heard tonight. I am concerned about this council's ability to fight this concept of setting a precedent that we ourselves have to follow or feel compelled to follow, because we don't have to follow it. If we approve this particular change in zone and the project that goes with it, okay. That does not mean the next one that comes along has any different set of circumstances that each one of us use to judge it by. Personally, I look at this project at 10 units. I look at it at 13 units. And from the streetscape, feels the same to me. I support the project. If we have to bump the zoning from BU1 to MU4 to get it, I think we have to find a way to be okay with that. I feel it's really important to pause here for a second, maybe a minute, so I'm terribly sorry about that again, but here I go. Several counselors in this room have said a few things that are just patently inaccurate. The first one is that we got rid of VCOD, and here we go reintroducing it in Nonantum. MU4 has nothing to do with VCOD. Any one of those districts are completely different than MU4. If I need to go through a big list of them, we can. But let's just say that MU4 is not by right. MU4 does not require that every single part of the building Well, I don't even want to say it that way. There are a lot of reasons we got rid of VCOD in Nonantum. I was one of the people that fought tooth and nail to keep it out of there. Anybody wants to talk to me about that? Anyone who has talked to me about that knows how strongly I feel about that. This project should have never been considered VC2, ever, not once, not for a minute. MU4 offers advantages, not only to the developer, but to us. And I hate to say it, but at 10:14 p.m., this is one of the advantages. We get to hash it out. That's a big deal. That to me is probably the biggest difference between MU4 and VCOD. A few counselors have also discussed whatever happened to that idea of coming back to at one point we called it the Nonantum Manufacturing District. Well, we're keeping planning too busy talking about other stuff to get to it. So let's get to it. Well, not me. So it does seem to me there are two, it doesn't seem to me, I know for a fact, there are two projects that are not exclusive necessarily to Nonantum, but are focused on Nonantum and the zoning therein. One of which is the manufacturing zone. The second of which is aligning the use of a particular lot to its zoning. In other words, and somebody earlier mentioned this, I'm not sure if she's still with us or not, but remember the problem we had on Clinton Street? Well, that's what this second point is meant to address. If you're going to convert a BU lot to 100% residential, you don't get the benefit of business zoning controls or dimensional controls anymore. You got to shift over to residential. Between those two things, we are getting our hands wrapped around what's going on in Nonantum. Councilors Farrell, Councilors Albright, I promise you, and I think it's fair to say that I would speak for all three Ward 1 councilors, all three of us promise you that Nonantum's voice will be loud in that conversation. And I forget if it was Ms. Ward or somebody said this a little earlier. We are listening with two ears. And what I'm hearing very clearly is Nonantum didn't want VC2 or VC3 because of the density and the height and all the crazy by right and all the parking restrictions that are or are not in. This is not that. This is actually, in my humble opinion, and this is going to shock a lot of people who haven't heard me say this already, that's why I support this project. This is not by right. These are not huge luxury condos that are going to go for $1.5 million with 8 parking spots each. These are all under 1,100 square feet. Some of them are in the 8s. I hope I'm not being a liar there. Some of them were in the 800 square feet area. They're for ownership. Everything we've talked about that I've been listening to, it's in here. All the good stuff, at least in my opinion. And anyone who knows me knows that I am not the first person to jump up and down and say, give me more units, give me more units. And the last point I really want to make here is when it comes to the businesses in Nonantum, one thing that I have certainly learned, because I've lived there for 23 years, since I basically moved to Newton, is that the businesses in Nonantum, and I'm not saying it's any different in other villages, but the businesses in Nonantum are truly part of the fabric of that community. A lot of them live right there. Most of them are multi-generational. And if they haven't already been multi-generational, they aspire to be. That's kind of a big deal for me. I really do hope that this project comes out of land use approved, because I really, really want to vote for it when it hits the full city council. I have a lot more I want to add, but right now I'm going to pause because it's 10:45 or something at night. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor Oliver. It is late. I'm aware of that. We're all aware of that. It's not 10:45 though. Don't panic. I hope we're not actually still here at 10:45. That's my desire. Before I speak and ask a few questions and before we vote on it, I would like to see if the planning or law department, Jonah Temple, for instance, or Katie, we will want to remind us of our quasi judicial role. Councillor Block raised this, and I don't want there to be too many questions on people's mind about whether what we're doing is appropriate or not. Mr. Temple, do you want to say anything about that? You don't have to, but if you have anything to say, now would be a good time, because after I talk, we're going to vote on this.
I don't have anything specific to say. I think everybody on the committee understands their role. If there's a specific question, I'm happy to answer it.
Well, is it appropriate? Do you think it's appropriate for the land use committee to be considering zone changes in conjunction with a special permit request?
Yes, that is appropriate, and it's what's consistent with and required by the city council's own rules.
Madam Chair.
Not
point-
yet.
Point of information when you get a chance.
Is that it, Mr. Temple?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Block, I don't want to have a conversation about this, and I have the floor, but you have a point of information, so I will recognize you.
Point of information is through the chair to the legal department, whether a vote on the zone is a quasi judicial or legislative decision. That's the question.
Thank you. I thought I was asking that too. So, Mr. Temple, could you address that specifically?
Yes, the zone change is a legislative decision, and the special permit decision is a quasi judicial decision.
And we do both.
Correct.
Two different docket items before us tonight to vote separately in both those capacities.
Correct. You're acting in a legislative capacity on one docket item and as a quasi judicial capacity on the other.
And I know it sounds confusing, but that's the nature of the Land Use Committee of the City Council of Newton. And I'm getting impatient too, because it is late and I see eyes drooping, and I know we all would rather be hitting our pillows soon. I came into tonight feeling mostly inclined in a positive direction. For the reasons that have been stated by many people. I think it's almost a de minimis addition. I don't think the 3 additional units set back almost invisible from the street will make a big impact. If anything, I think it'll make a slightly positive impact with more residences, more people living there, more people walking and going to the businesses, to the taco place, to Olivia's, to Greentel, all of those places. I was becoming concerned over the questions around financial viability, because I don't want this project not to go forward. I don't want, as people keep saying, that hole in the ground to continue. If we deny the request tonight, I would hope that they would be able to still build the 10-unit project that they have a special permit for. I'm not sure that that will happen. And then it's on us to let it just go the way it is. And that is weighing on me. We have seen the site plan. The site plan has not changed. All they did was put 3 new Lego blocks on top of the building. We approved the site plan. The site plan has, been approved a few times now. So I don't think we need to have any discussion. The site plan is old news. What we're looking at today is a zone change and 3 additional units. I listened to Councillor Albright's comments about precedent setting, and she has some experience with this, and it did make me feel a little more confident that after all these 10 or 12 or 13 years of having an MU4, that we have 2 projects in the ground as a result of that. That leads me to think that this is not going to create a craze of new development. As somebody said at the meeting, that neighborhood meeting, it'll be like, was it Kendall Square down Watertown Street or something like that was said. And I think that goes to the fear mongering that also Councillor Leary talked about. One of the things I noticed tonight, this is just subjective and perhaps anecdotal, was there's a generational split on how people view this project. The younger people who spoke were in favor and said that their other friend and neighbor younger people were in favor. Those who are afraid of it and don't want change and think it's going to ruin the character, we tend to be the older people. I'm encouraged that there are young people who are living or working in Newton who look forward to a project like this. I like that there are smaller units between 800 or 900 to a little over 1,000 square feet. I love that their ownership and condominium. We do need this kind of housing. I have been impacted by the people, both the families and the single working people who have said we need more of this in Newton, and I live here. In fact, some of these people do live in Nonantum who have spoken in favor of it. I think the perspective of how we didn't like Austin Street or Trio or the library when they were in the process of being built, and how in retrospect people go, oh, you know what? Not only is it just okay, it's terrific, it's great, it's really added, has reinforced my thought that this is a good project. And I think it would be a shame not to change the zoning to MU4 to allow this to happen. And I'm impressed that all 3 Ward 3 councilors are in agreement in support of this. Ward 1, sorry, I'm Ward 3. See, it's not still 1045 yet. Ward 1. I know that the Nonantum Neighborhood Association doesn't like that they're all in favor of it, but as a counselor, I often look to see what do the ward councilors think about something. And I don't believe that they disregard the voices that they've been hearing. I think they do believe that this is a good thing for Nonantum. So I thank the 3 of them all for being here one way or another and speaking tonight. And it helped convince me that I am going to be in favor of this. So I think we need to vote now and we can all go home. Councillor Leary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion to approve. However, I would like to make some comments in response to what I heard from my colleagues tonight, but I will be brief, as I usually am. Regarding the change of zoning, I think in this case, to deny the zoning change is like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It really doesn't make too much sense to me. And especially, we all know full well the time, effort, sweat, and tears it takes to do a zoning change. And I agree, our zoning does not make much sense, which is why we have changed zoning many, many times before in this committee. And I haven't heard the concern about why are we making a zoning change? Why are we not fixing our zoning? And so I think it's a bit of a cop-out in this case, because we really agree that this is a perfect or well done, maybe not perfect, there's nothing that's perfect. So it's a well done project in this particular situation, at this particular time, knowing full well it's been vacant for 7 years, knowing full well that the Ward 1 councilors all support it, knowing full well we have a very fraught economic conditions, and we could see that stay vacant for I don't know how much longer time to come. I also want to say that we have a very uncertain time with the market, and especially this is discouraging the small development that we all say that we want and like to see. We have approved many, many very large developments, and we basically seem to favor those. They have the money and the resources. Here we have a small developer who actually does business in our city and has been a member of the community for decades, who's coming forth with what everybody agrees in itself is a good project, well designed, well thought out of, and exactly what the MU4 was made for. Yes, it's the smallest one so far. MU4, which President Laredo had voted for when he was on the council, was it 12 or 13 years ago? And we have 2 projects that are fully built and one that is is being built now. Also, we have heard over and over again about our confidence in the special permit process. This is the way that we get things done. We make a better project. This is a good example of that. So the special permit process is ideal in this situation. And so those are my major my major points. I just want to say that I heard one of my colleagues talk about personal intent regarding this project. And I just want to say that, you know, this decision is a hard decision for everybody. It is certainly for me. And a great deal of time and effort has gone into this. Many meetings, a lot of hard work, listening to all people. And it's not so personal with me. This is my values. This is what I think is important. This is how I want to shape our city. And I have goals including, yes, we need some housing. We need ownership. We need smaller units. Housing is expensive throughout the city, throughout Greater Boston, because we spent 50 years not building enough. I'm not saying we want to go crazy, but we're looking at 13 units. I just cannot see any reason why any member of this committee would deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Leary. And I think you said you were about to make a motion.
Yes, I make a motion to approve. Thank you.
There are 2 different items. And
The public comment, is it closed?
excuse me, I will continue. Thank you, Ms.
Did you
Sorrow.
close the public comment though?
I'm about to do that, Ms. Sorrow.
Okay.
Thank you for the advice.
So it's not closed, right?
We have not closed the public hearing.
So we can't say anything else.
That portion of the tonight's meeting, public input is done. We are now in committee and motion.
We have 3 minutes and we listen and we have no say and we have no comeback. And I guess we're the older generation of Nonantum that I have lived here longer than you have. And I heard a comment from our ward councilors.
Excuse me, Ms. Sorrow.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry. I thought it was still public comment, so now you're closing it, but
It hasn't been closed yet, but let me call on you if it's going to happen rather than just taking to the microphone. She has not made a motion to close the public hearing yet. Ms. Leary, Councilor Leary, are we not closing the public hearing yet? Or are you making a motion to close? Or would you like to continue to hear? There was also someone else who still had his hand up, but I didn't call on him because like Ms. Sorrow, he had already spoken. So it depends on whether you're going to make that motion or not. Or I would say,
Madam,
let's hear from
yeah, Madam
someone
Chair,
who's here.
I'm happy to hear Ms. Sorrow if she has additional comments. I think she stated them very well and when she was up here before, but if she has something new to say, we certainly will hear it. And then when that is all done, I'd be happy to make the motion to close the public hearing, but I'm not going to shut anybody off.
Okay, there has been someone else whose hand has been raised also on Zoom that had already spoken. I wasn't going back to people, but if we're going to keep the public hearing open, Ms. Sorrow, why don't you come to the microphone? I will call on you. And Zach Bianchi, I will call on you next, and then hopefully we'll close the public hearing. Just there's an order that happens here.
I
Don't just grab the
understand, and
microphone.
I'm sorry if I went out of order, but it's very hard to sit there and listen to all of you. Austin Street, we are Nonantum. Yes, we have younger, I only wish that we have more of our families that could afford to live in Nonantum. I think Nonantum on Craft Street, we're having affordable units there. I think our share, one here is not going to make a difference. We're not saying 10 units, 3 stories, waiver of 2 parking spaces, build your building. What we are saying is, what happens if DePasquale's owners decide that they want to knock down the building and come before you? It's a zone change. It's a zone change. And it can spiral down the street. That's what we're saying. If we took a lot of you around when we fought that VC2 in our area, there is plenty. We would love to sit down with planning or whoever it is. There are plenty of places on Bridge Street that you could have 3 stories, 4 stories, 6 stories, commercial underneath, right next to the Chichara Club, and leave our vibrant, walkable, that you all seem to love to come to De Pasquale's and get your sausages and get whatever, but to sit there and say, we are against this, we are against the zone change, and it will spiral despite what Engine 6 people are saying. I would not go into their area and say, okay, Wobbin, I guess I'm going to blabber, and I don't want to blabber because I'm getting off topic. We're all tired, but I guess I am against, I'm sorry, I'm kind of very upset about, our councils. They've never supported. In Clinton Street, I'm sorry. What a mistake. Your mistake of not doing and planning has impacted our neighborhood, and we have to live with it. The abutters beside them in our streets, and we don't trust our government body here. I'm sorry, because planning, you blame council blame planning blamed ISD, but we are here living with this development while the developer is making his millions where it impacted I'm sorry. Thank you. I have nothing else to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorrow. Zach Bianchi, last words. You can unmute.
Hi, Zach Bianchi, 21 Emerald Street, Nonantum. I mean, I heard one of the council members make a comment that they were, dreading potentially having to do this 28 more times. I mean, I don't think there's anything to dread there. I think there's just immense potential and immense opportunity if a private landowner wants to build, X amount of units with their land, with their property, and the state is in a housing crisis, and Newton is in a housing shortage where, because the supply has been so constrained, the price has been driven up. I don't think that there's anything to dread. I mean, I think that'd be, anytime somebody wants to build housing is a wonderful thing. So, and I would hope that, if for those of you that sign up to be, on the city council, we look forward to, the chance and the opportunity to kind of expand the housing opportunities. Yeah, I would say, everybody else, like I said, the people that I'm familiar with in the neighborhood on the more personal level, very interested in seeing more housing, and really appreciated Allison O'Leary's comment and talking about how, like, somebody wants to build housing. We know that the city needs housing, the state needs housing. The government can, step out of its own way and just allow this to go through. And I don't think, the risk reward or, the potential here, like I said, there's just a lot of benefits from this that, that I can foresee, and a lot of other people in the neighborhood can foresee. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear your point. I really want to wrap this up. Oh, really? It's getting too late. Excuse me? There's somebody at the microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to make this really quick. For everyone who says, oh, don't worry, it's not going to cause a domino effect. I have a great example for you all to look at. And that would be Brooks off of Washington Street, because my condo looks back to 2 backyards, one on Brooks Ave and the other on Walker Street. And it started with one tear down, built all the way to the property line on Brooks Ave. And guess what happened? There was a domino effect, probably because the abutter whose backyard went up to that said, oh my God, I'm looking out my window now and I see this big structure at the end of my backyard. he sold. Guess what? We have and it's a domino effect. So I ask you all to actually look at what has happened on Brooks Ave and Walker Street. It's not speculative to say that there's going to be a domino effect. It actually happens. And that's a reference point I'm asking you all to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to remind us what's before us now and what our charge is, and then Counselor Block wants to say something. And then I'd like to please bring this to a vote on Counselor Leary too. We're not going to stay here until 11 o'clock. Let me just say that right now. We have two things to vote on tonight. One is a zone change, which is totally within our purview. It is within our quasi judicial ability. And the other is a special permit, which is our legislative, or the other way around, whichever. We have these two roles and we're going to vote on these topics tonight. And they're both appropriate. And I don't want to keep taking public comment. I don't want to close people off, but I feel like the last few comments were things we've already heard before, and I don't want to keep perpetuating that. Counselor Block and then Counselor Leary.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. This is in anticipation of the vote to close the public hearing. First, I would like a roll call vote. Second, I am going to vote against closing the public hearing. I think that the zoning change is a very unusual. It's legitimately in front of us. I never said it was not legitimately in front of us, but it is very unusual for us to have a zoning change in front of us. And I would really like to hear from all the members of the Zoning and Planning Committee. I think the public would like to hear what they think about this zoning change. I think we should all think harder about this zoning change and what the implications are. And that has no reflection on the site plan itself. It's a very different story. And when we consider the zoning change, as I think you were saying, Chair, that's a legislative matter. It's in front of us. It's not criteria that we make determinations about. It's just our judgment. That's it. Thank you very much.
And we did hear from the Planning and Development Board, who unanimously took this up, discussed it at several meetings, and voted in favor of the zone change. And we do take that as an advisory piece. So I don't think we need to hear from them again. I understand your persistence.
No, I was not talking about the board. I was talking about the Zoning and Planning Committee, the
Oh.
elected officials. And
Okay.
let's not open up the Zoning Planning Board and what we think of them. Okay, let's not do that.
Counselor Leary.
Motion to close the public hearing.
On the first item, we're going to take them one at a time, and we will do a roll call vote, as Counselor Block suggests. On item number 480-24, which is the request to rezone. On that item, you're
Yes.
making a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Let's take a roll call vote on that.
Counselor Block,
No.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
No.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lovovitz, Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
motion passes.
Okay, the public hearing is closed on 480-24, which is the request to rezone. Would you like to make a motion on this item?
Yes, motion to close the public hearing on item 481-24.
Well, I'm thinking we'll just vote on the first item that we just closed the public hearing on, or, all right, you're right. The clerk is correcting me. Let's hear that motion to close the public hearing on the second item for the special permit also.
Okay.
Let's do a roll call on that, just because we're being consistent tonight. No, sorry, this is to close the public hearing on the special permit request for the 13 units.
Sorry, I thought you were going to do them. That's
I
fine.
was, but the clerk corrected me and said we should
That's,
close. the
however you
public
want to do
hearings
it's fine. I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting for,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
We're voting now to close the public hearing on the special permit request for the 13 residential units. And because it's late, I will remind us each time we vote what it is we're voting on. Thank you.
Counselor Block,
Aye.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
Aye.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lovovitz, Counselor Lucas,
Aye.
Counselor Laredo,
Aye.
motion passes.
Okay, the public hearings are closed on both of these items. We'll move on with a motion to, about the zone change. Counselor Leary? Sorry.
Yes, I made a motion to, I'm making a motion to approve the request to rezone one parcel to mixed use 4, number 480-24.
Thank you. Planning, do we need to hear anything from you about conditions on this?
We do have a draft order for that. There's no conditions tied to it other than the zone change is tied to special permit for 81-24. So the two are paired.
Okay. But we're going to vote separately on the rezone first, even though it's paired. So without looking at anything more for you, we can vote on that. Correct? Scott? Do you want to show the council order, Ms. Kemet? That's what I'm wondering. Do you have something to show us that we need to look at before we vote?
I do have the zone change that I'm happy to pull up.
Madam President, Madam Chair, I think it's just an up or down vote on the zone change.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. That's what it seems like. Okay, we're going to take a vote on it. Sorry for the confusion and the late hour.
Counselor Block,
No.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
No.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lovovitz, Counselor Lucas,
No.
Counselor Laredo,
Abstain?
motion fails.
Point of information, Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
about whether the failure of the adoption of the zoning change affects the special permit motion, which is about to be for us. Since they're linked and we voted down the zoning change, is it, it's a question for legal, I suppose. Is this an appropriate motion before us? That's really my question.
I was about to ask the same question. I would assume that this no longer applies because it can't be built.
Chair, I can chime in here if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, Counselor Block's point would be correct at full council, but really what these motions are here are simply just a recommendation to the full council. So it's very possible that the rezoning would pass at the full council. So I would recommend still making your vote on the recommendation of the special permit, and they both will be reported out tonight in accordance with these two votes. And then at the full council, if the rezoning fails, then yes, the special permit will have to fail for that reason.
Excellent point. You're right. It's just that it's late and we weren't thinking that through. So we are going to vote on this because it gives some direction when this will all go to the full council. So let's take a roll call vote on number 481-24, which is the special permit request for the 13 units. Oh, yes, we do need to see a council order.
Excuse me, Chair Kelly, when the time comes when the council order is on the screen, I would like to add a condition.
Let's see what they've got first. Maybe they've added it.
So this is, Kat, I can share the draft order. This is a draft that recommends approval. So assuming this is not a recommendation to approve, obviously we would need to make some changes.
Well, the motion will be to approve whether it's voted up or down, but we'd like to see the conditions that you've created.
Sure, I can pull up the conditions. Many of these conditions are pulled from the prior special permit. Really, all of them are pulled from the prior special permit. The only thing that has been changed is the I&I payment. So the conditions
Excuse me,
include...
point of order, excuse me. Ms. Kemet, could you
Yes.
make that bigger?
Yes.
Your Word document, please? Thank you.
Yes, my apologies. So that includes plan referencing. So those will have been updated to reflect the most recent plans, the inclusionary mix, there are several conditions related to the inclusionary units. There's a fractional cash payment related to the inclusionary ordinance. Sorry, I'm losing track a little bit. These are some of the inclusionary.
Yeah, I think all the inclusionary are standard
Yes.
conditions. And I'm anticipating Counselor Lucas's edit about the parking. So you'll note 15 does require a parking stall for each affordable unit. So I'll just point that out as well.
Can I respond to that, please? So what I was going to recommend is that no parking stall can be used for a commercial tenant on top of what you have there in 15.
And I would oppose that. I think it's not productive. It's better to share the parking if it's built already. You could give residents right of first refusal, and then you would have the ability to save those for.
Counselor Downs, right now, Counselor Lucas has the floor.
Okay.
And then I will call on you. I see your hand, and Counselor Laredo has a hand up too. Counselor Lucas, continue with what you're suggesting.
Thank you, Chair. The petitioner's attorney said that it was going to, the parking stalls were going to be for residential use, whether it's a tenant or visitor parking. And he did say it was not going to be used for commercial tenants. That is why I would recommend adding the language of no parking stall can be used for a commercial tenant, that the intent is for residential in use. The additional condition would make that come to fruition. I'm all set.
Counselor Downs.
I think we're better off not touching that. We can give it a right of first refusal, but if we do put in that restriction and they happen to have extra spaces and they cannot rent them out to commercial tenants, then they've gone to the expense of building those and putting aside car spaces that then they can't fill. I would rather see them used by somebody in the neighborhood, whether it's the commercial tenant or another tenant in another building, than be, held in reserve so that, maybe somebody in that building decides to buy a new car.
Okay, we hear your point on that. Are you set with that?
I'm set.
We're not in agreement yet on this. Ms. Wewell, did you want to address this?
Yeah, I had an initial thought where I wonder if it would create any issues with the accessible stall on site. Would that preclude a commercial visitor or tenant from using one of the accessible stalls? And I just question whether that conflicts with building code and whether that is the intent of the condition. And maybe someone with mobility issues.
What you're saying is that if this parking was all restricted to purely residential, that may mean that a commercial client or customer or whatever couldn't use a handicap spot, which I do believe is not allowable. I'm not an expert in this, but I think that a handicap spot is allowable for use by anyone who has a handicap parking permit. Is that what you're getting at, Ms. Wewell?
I think just the way, if that were condition would be adopted, that was my initial thought, is whether that would preclude someone from using the accessible stall associated with the commercial use. So perhaps if that condition is adopted, we can specify something around that. I just wouldn't want to put anything in the order that conflicted with building code or would make it challenging for inspectional services to enforce.
Yeah, or goes against ADA. Thank you. Point well taken, President Laredo, followed by Councilor Oliver.
So I appreciate my colleague from Ward 2's, I think, appropriate concern. However, I would not favor that level of detail, number one. Number two, from an enforcement perspective, realistically, there is no way our inspectional services department is ever going to enforce that kind of provision unless it was complaint driven. And I think condo documents probably would deal with that. So I appreciate the concern. I would not be in favor of that level of detail here.
Thank you, President Laredo. Counselor Oliver. Then Leary and Albright.
Shortest comment ever. I agree with him.
Look, let's get out of here before 11. Counselor Leary.
I agree with both of them.
Me too. Counselor Albright.
But one more thing, my
Sorry.
question is, this is a condo association. Maybe that decision should be left to them.
I just want to say that the trio, there are a lot of spaces that aren't being used by residential, and I believe that they are making them available to the commercial tenants, and why not? It makes no sense not to.
Are you withdrawing your request?
Yeah, Trio is a different example. I think the parking ratio was what, 1.25 or 1.5, and they have a lot of extra parking. I'm just talking about one parking stall.
But I think
So,
the point
but-
has been made that maybe this is micromanaging and we should.
Yeah, if inspectional services can't enforce that condition, and if it does potentially violate any ADA compliant issues, then the language that I suggested is not appropriate. So I would like to go with what's on the screen, which is 15, one parking stall shall be available for each. Oh, that's affordable unit. I think, well, it should be handled by the condo docs.
Great. Let's move on to condition 16.
Yep, so there's a condition that requires signalization measures for the parking garage. There's condition 17 requires payments for the infiltration and inflow that is also related to 18. Those payments would be required half at issuance of building permit, half at issuance of a certificate of occupancy. An operations and management plan for stormwater would be required. Trash and recycling would be handled by a private entity. The petitioner will communicate regular construction updates to Ward 1 city councilors and the Nonantum Neighborhood Association. Pest and rodent activity remediation would be required. Construction activities will be limited to certain hours. Construction management plan would be required. Petitioner shall be responsible for securing and paying police details that may be necessary for traffic. And petitioner will be responsible for repairing any damage to public ways and property caused by construction vehicles. Snow will not be stored on site. At the petitioner's expense, they shall locate all utility service lines on site underground. And we have some building permit conditions. Some of those are related to the affordable units. And pretty standard certificate of occupancy requirements for a project of this size, and including some of those conditions relevant to the inclusionary units as well for occupancy. I think that is a high level overview. And this was circulated in the packet as well.
Thank you. Any other comments on these conditions? No, let's take a vote.
Counselor Block,
No.
Counselor Downs,
Aye.
Counselor Farrell,
No.
Counselor Kelly,
Aye.
Counselor Leary,
Aye.
Counselor Lovovitz, Counselor Lucas,
No.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Motion tied.
Did not pass.
Yeah, motion.
Did not pass. 4-4. We're done for the night. Good night, everyone. I'm sorry it got disorganized and I'm sorry it's so late.